guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Time again, all right? And we'd be looking at Friday. Okay, so here comes the weekend. Ready or not? I bet there's a lot of people ready for a weekend. Get a little break. A little break from old man winter. A little break from the Arctic cold that actually we continue to contend with all the way into the deep south. Now, hard to imagine. Once again tonight, we've got hard freeze warnings all the way to the southernmost tip of Texas, to the likes of Brownsville. Wow, it's been like, what, a 5, 6, how many days are we going on? Almost a full week now of Arctic air entrenched through the heart of the country. Well, I can start things off by saying there is a warm-up on the horizon. This is going to be the last night or two before we really begin to see a warm-up in the coming days. It's not going to be like spring, but yeah, for those that have been in the icebox, it may feel like spring. We start things off still dealing with some problems over the easternmost reaches of the country with the second big winter storm of the week. Now, things, the worst as far as snowfall and precip, beginning to wind down. You've still got some issues with snow falling from central portions of Pennsylvania on up into north central, northeastern PA. Still some fairly decent snow falling over the eastern half of New York State. We're not seeing pretty much any precip on the I-95 from Boston to Philly to Washington, D.C. Now you get south of the D.C. area, and there's still a lot of rain, moisture streaming in, kind of the tail end of this storm system. Some of that moisture is going to be reaching up and bringing some additional freezing rain through the overnight hours to the north centralmost portions of North Carolina and eastern portions of Virginia. They are talking some additional ice accretion there. Now, there are some parts of Virginia that have picked up anywhere from a quarter to a half inch of freezing rain with this second system. Now, I'll pull up some of the latest advisories, starting with the Weather Service office out of Wakefield, Virginia. You have the winter storm warning in effect until 7 a.m. Friday morning. There's a bit more additional ice accumulation to come. They say an additional 1 to 2/10 of an inch, which would be storm totals for this particular area, east central, south central, and southeastern Virginia, to about 3/10 of an inch. I don't think we're seeing much as far as power outages in that area. Now, other areas where you're seeing a quarter to a half inch of ice, areas from central, east central, and north central Virginia. So power outages, tree damage possible. Additional, we got 1 to 2/10 of an inch on top of what you've already seen. So you've got the winter storm warning again there, in effect until 7 a.m. on your Friday morning. Had a couple of other stops down the line here. Again, this is out of Virginia. Well, that's the one area that they're still concerned with ice overnight. Central and south central Virginia, additional accumulation of 1/10 to 2/10 of an inch. Storm total ice, 1/4 to 1/2 an inch. Let me scroll down. Raleigh, North Carolina. I did mention that we are seeing a little bit of icing still occurring there. That continued threat mainly along and north of the Interstate 85 corridor through early this morning. The cold surface high pressure kind of lingers from the New England states south into the Piedmont of North Carolina. And that's going to combine with the low pressure system bringing some additional ice, especially right there along the North Carolina-Virginia borders through early this morning. Again, so we're seeing winter storm warnings, some significant icing, additional ice accumulations, 1 to 2/10 of an inch, which again will bring totals to 1/4 to 1/3 of an inch possible there in the northernmost reaches of North Carolina. I had the map pulled up as far as our power outages around the nation. Things are definitely improving. We are in a much better position as far as power is concerned in the state of Texas versus the 4+ million that were out earlier this week. The current number I'm looking at, about 241,000 and some change. So that's a lot better. Mississippi, you've also jumped in. You're right behind Texas, number 2 on the list with 110,000 without power there. Current numbers out of Louisiana, 73,000 plus. Kentucky, even, we've got 57,000 without power there. West Virginia, what do we see? About 50,000 and some change in the dark. And Virginia itself, direct. Yeah, you're looking at, what do we see here? Current number, 27,897. Now, with the eastern portions of the state looking at some additional ice accretion overnight, that number could actually go a little bit higher. So here's where we begin with our traveler's weather. It all started Wednesday into Thursday, as we all too well know. You've been out there dealing with it literally all week long across the east, much of Virginia, North Carolina, West Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, southern New Jersey. That's the zone where we saw the brunt of the heavy ice accumulations. Now, this storm is in progress. It's actually what they're calling a two-parter. It means there is that second round of freezing and frozen precip for parts of the interior south to the northeast. They referred to it as a kind of a double-barrel structure of the storm. One storm center brought that locally heavy precipitation into Thursday afternoon along the mid-Atlantic. That second part of the system is what we're looking at, bringing another pulse of precip overnight into early Friday. So you've seen a bit of a lull between the two where you saw maybe some drizzle, temperatures maybe even inching a little bit above freezing. We saw that through Thursday evening. But as that second center rolls through, the atmosphere may cool enough for another round of ice developing over, again, parts of North Carolina, all the way up to southern New Jersey. Yeah, precipitation across the northern part of this area may even transition from ice to a little bit of additional accumulating snowfall. The entire atmosphere has been kind of stuck in this repeat mode with one system after another every couple of days. Yeah, for parts of the interior South and the lower mid-Atlantic, this is actually the third storm with ice since just last weekend. It has been a vicious week. Now, portions of the Atlantic seaboard had a period of freezing rain and sleet last weekend and again early this week. The storm this past weekend was the colder of the two storms, unleashed a more expansive swath of ice where we saw hundreds of thousands in Virginia and North Carolina without power. Generally, the broadest area saw a tenth to a quarter of an inch of ice for the southern Appalachians. Now, there was the heavier zone, a quarter to a half inch for portions of northern and western North Carolina, central and southeastern Virginia, and the southeastern portion of Maryland and even central Delaware. Now, we always talk about that threshold for trees and power lines coming down. That's anytime you get near or in excess of about a quarter of an inch. Now, as the afternoon hours progressed through Thursday, we had at least 180,000 homes and businesses without power in the eastern states. I think we're still in that zone with the numbers I just broke down for you. Actually, seems like it's a little bit higher. So they're still urging avoid unnecessary travel along portions of I-77, I-85, and I-81. Likely to be icy and dangerous. We could see some sleet mix in for a brief time as far to the northwest as maybe even southeastern Pennsylvania and central New Jersey. Sleet will pose a more significant challenge if you're out there trying to drive or walk, obviously. Now, even though the ice and snow are going to be shut off later Friday, we could see some melting begin to occur during the afternoon hours. It's probably going to be until Saturday until we see enough February sunshine to really go to work melting more of that ice off the trees. Now, any natural melting that does occur today, this afternoon, and again on Saturday, it's likely to follow by a freeze-up once the sun goes down, so roads and sidewalks will see a fresh round of ice. They'll still be needing to throw some salt on some of those roadways. But things are definitely on the improve as far as that is concerned. Now, what is not improving, as we have gone from, in the state of Texas in particular, what was a power emergency or a power disaster to what now is more or less unfolding to a water disaster. 7 million people in Texas are now under boil water advisories after these back-to-back storms. Yeah, and of course, many of them have been without both power and clean drinking water for several days now. The numbers coming down as far as the power is concerned, while power is back up for many, issues with the municipal water supplies continue. Yeah, more than 7 million people, which is like 25 of the, nearly a quarter of the population in Texas, under the boil water notices. We were prepared, we thought, according to one local there in the Austin, Texas area, we had some wood, some starter logs, as much as we could get. We had some gallons of water at home, we had some food. We were not prepared for days and days of no power and no heat. Never seen anything like this. It's quite staggering. We're just trying to make it through. We see the photos via social media of icicles on the ceilings of homes, grocery stores, if they're open, with long lines and empty shelves, people waiting in line for hours to fill their propane tanks, hospitals struggling in the face of outages, and of course, at least one major airport shut down. So yes, it has been a deadly storm, from carbon monoxide poisoning to people falling, to car crashes and exposure. More than 36 deaths connected to this particular weather event. One of those, Texas, happened Monday night when a 23-year-old used a generator inside trying to keep the house warm. We'd gone through some of the other incidents there. But yeah, many of these are carbon monoxide related. Houston, Texas, Austin, and several other cities still under their boil water advisories. If water was available at all as of late Thursday afternoon. This is affecting not just households and businesses, but schools, fire stations, healthcare facilities. Hospitals in Austin, for example, are stressed by the outages because this is a statewide emergency situation that is also impacting other hospitals in the Austin area. No one hospital currently has the capacity to accept transport of a large number of patients, was the statement from the hospital there. They said they've transferred some patients to different hospitals, discharged others after water pressure was lost on Wednesday there. Officials say it's hard to know exactly how many people are completely without water. Austin's water director estimated the number in his city in the tens of thousands. Residents being advised, make sure they know how to shut off their water in the event that you see a leak beginning when the water comes back on. I was talking last evening that many of these pipes may have froze, and though of course with the frozen precept, the frozen water in the pipe, you got a split in the pipe, but you may not know until the thaw begins. And the water pressure comes back up, and lo and behold, you've got issues. Frozen water lines, power outages, taking the water plants offline, a large number of people, of course, leaving their faucets dripping. The boil water notices are because whenever water pressure drops, there's a chance that groundwater could get into the system, they say, which you don't want to necessarily be drinking untreated groundwater. Louisiana struggling with 36 water outages in 18 parishes there. More than 175 boil water advisories have gone out there in 39 parishes. More than 1 million people being affected there in Louisiana. Governor Edwards sent a letter to the White House requesting an emergency declaration for their state. Of course, they're also grappling with the coronavirus. Still recovering from this past summer's hurricanes that hit the state. 5 named storms, as we recall, that made landfall there in the state of Louisiana. So, looking at some of the photographs, I see these people with their small propane tanks lined up, waiting for hours. Now back to Texas, where Governor Abbott says help is on the way for those with busted pipes. Of course, the severe weather will likely cause some additional form of pipe damage. But the main storm is now moving out of the state. You'll begin to see some warm up, but it's still cold over much of the state for the next few days and nights, affecting more pipelines. Most of the state was below freezing Thursday morning along I-10 and north of I-10. And again, freezing conditions once again tonight. Ultra cold temps, actually, Thursday night. Hard freeze warnings all the way down to, as we said, Brownsville. But to assist with repairing pipes across the state, the governor says Texas law does authorize the plumbing board to give provisional licenses to out-of-state plumbers. So they're also working with what they call the Board of Plumbing Examiners to make sure that's going to happen. One thing that doesn't mention, but anytime you have a disaster, something of this nature, there's always the scam artists that come in. Be aware, you undoubtedly will see people with plumbing experience coming in from surrounding areas, surrounding states. You'll also have some of these shady characters coming in. Oftentimes trying to say, well, you got to pay me up front, and I've got to go get the parts, and then we'll be back, and they never come back. Things like that. Just be aware of the unscrupulous characters. Then I asked the question last evening of horse feathers. Have we seen any of these emergency declarations about transporting propane and home heating oil and things? 24 hours ago, that wasn't the case. Tonight, it is. In response to the damage and the need for heating and other fuels across the country, the FMCSA has declared a regional emergency declaration covering 33 states. I mean, much of the eastern portions of the whole country. Now, the declaration addresses the emergency conditions created a need for immediate transportation of persons, supplies, goods, equipment, heating fuels, including propane, natural gas, and heating oil, as well as other fuel products, including gasoline, to get the necessary relief. What does this mean? Under the declaration, carriers and drivers providing direct assistance in those affected states in support of the relief efforts related to the severe weather, the storm. You are granted relief from parts 390 through 399 of the federal FMCSA regulations. That's your hours of service and whatnot. Direct assistance ends when a driver or a commercial motor vehicle is used in interstate commerce to transport cargo or provide services not in support of emergency relief efforts. Anything related to the severe winter storm. All right, when the direct assistance ends, the motor carrier and driver are once again subject to the requirements. The whole 10-hour breaks, the driving hours and all that, except that a driver may return empty to the motor carrier's terminal or the driver's normal work reporting location without complying with parts 390 through 399. So when a driver's moving from emergency relief efforts to normal operations, a 10-hour break is required when the total time a driver operates conducting emergency relief efforts or a combination of emergency efforts and normal operations equals 14 hours. They go through what this does not cover, but it's pretty commonsensical. So the emergency declaration is indeed in place. Now, we know we've been talking for several nights now. Yeah, drivers, you've been having a hell of a time out there, in many cases being able to find fuel for your truck. Now, we spoke last evening about John Osborne, who had been at the Petro there in San Antonio, when he got up on Wednesday morning, reporting it was just a mess. Everything closed. No food, no fuel, no showers, nothing. Now, he did mention that reserved parking had been opened for truckers for free. But those reports, like everywhere else, broken water pipes, closing truck stop, power outages, closing fuel pumps. He gave an update on Thursday morning. He said conditions are still difficult with no water. Drivers were actually coming into the spirit of the American trucker, the trailer there, the hauler, looking to use the potty. But there isn't one. Driver said somebody should get portable toilets brought in. Osborne reported that facility managers said they tried. They weren't able to do that because the portable toilet companies weren't willing to send their delivery trucks out on the icy roads. Also, with pumps gelling up or otherwise inoperable, or fuel deliveries not coming in, drivers like him were stuck without enough fuel to get out of the problem area. He said he's also heard from drivers about problems of icy approaches to Mississippi River bridges, making it difficult for tractor trailers to cross. So maybe things not as bad as they were, say, 24 hours ago, but as of 3 o'clock Central Time this past afternoon, Travel Centers of America reporting weather-related closures and problems in Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, and more. Of course, in Texas, they were still dealing with some of the rolling blackouts. No water at the Petro Beaumont, the Petro Parcel, the TA in Baytown, the TA in Big Springs, as well as Denton, New Braunfels, and the TA Ganado, and those locations. Diesel pumps remain down at Petro's Carl's Corner, the TAs in Terrell, and the Petro in Hillsboro, Louisiana. No water at a number of locations. That would be the TA Tallulah, the TA Lafayette, the TA Greenwood, and the Petro Shreveport. Love's at the same time reported facilities closed in Houston and Greenwood, Louisiana. In addition, Love's lists widespread diesel outages, as well as power, water, truck service, and restaurant closures. You go to their website for all the latest updates there. Last, we had Pilot Corporation reporting the Enos, Texas location was closed. They also list 31 other truck stop locations throughout the South: Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, New Mexico, Tennessee, Texas, and Virginia that had not received their scheduled fuel deliveries. So it's, as far as being able to fuel up your truck, it's really become a kind of quite the crisis situation out there. Somewhere when I've got I-40, where you had multiple pileups that left drivers stuck at a standstill in Arkansas. This started back on Wednesday evening, continued on into Thursday. And according to the local reports, one truck driver from Raleigh said he was stuck in the I-40 traffic for in excess of 12 hours. Never seen anything like this in my 20 years of trucking. But the trouble didn't start in Arkansas. Andrew Kellen says he was stuck at a standstill for around an hour outside Memphis and had planned to stop, but every truck stop was so packed that drivers were parked on the exit ramps, the entrance ramps. I finally stopped at one. There were trucks everywhere. So I got back on the interstate to try to find another, he said. About 8 o'clock last night, he said the traffic just came to a complete stop a little bit west of Brinkley. I stayed awake until like 10:30, 11 o'clock. I dozed off a couple of times. I didn't want to go to sleep, then wake up with somebody knocking on my door. Then at midnight, I went to sleep. Nothing had changed. He had enough fuel to idle for another 3 days if necessary. Lucky for him. So he said, I'm warm inside. I got a little fridge in here with some food and stuff to drink, so I'm good. But that's just, I had a delivery around 8 a.m. this morning. It's not going to happen. Waiting for the traffic to break. As of 1 o'clock Thursday afternoon, they say they were still trying to recover from the extended traffic standstill there. One driver via CDL Life had posted video along the interstate of what was going on there on I-40. He said, oh, how I love winter. I-40, mile marker 161. I wanted to show what it's like. And this ain't even the beginning of it. It started way back at the truck stop. I should have started recording this when I first took out of there, but I wanted you to see this mess. In the video, which I did share to my Facebook here last hour, semi-truck scene, shoved in every possible space. And we're not like in a parking lot or in a truck stop. I mean, this is all along the sides of the interstate. All these guys have probably stopped here a long time ago. It's jammed all the way back. There are 3 truck stops across the bridge behind me. They're all, sitting on the bridge back there. The video continues just before he reaches the highway entrance ramp, and just incredible backups there, trying to get on 40. So it's been a mess. All right, we'll get to our calls here. Who gets to be first out of the box? Oh, and shout out, we need our We need our winners this morning, don't we? It's Friday morning. I don't know, Josh, if you're tuned in, I don't think I've got an email for our winners' names yet or emails yet. Uh-oh. We'll get on that. It's the world-famous Cool Breeze. Hey there.
Hey ho, Steve Areno. Friday.
Yes, finally.
Man, the country's a mess, isn't it?
I'm telling you.
I've never seen it freeze all the way down to Reynosa, all the way down there in the southern tip of Texas. Wow, man.
Yeah, incredible.
That's one heck of a cold front there. Good winter to live in Florida, I guess.
Yeah, you guys you've been toasty. I mean, you guys have been like 80 degrees, haven't you?
Yeah, it was 80 today, man. It's
Wow.
80. We're going to have a little bit of a cold weekend. I think it's going to overnight lows Saturday and Sunday night, Saturday, Sunday night is supposed to go down like in the 40s.
Oh,
but then
heaven forbid.
that's just a little cold front there, coming down. But then by next Monday, Tuesday, it'll be back up in the 80s again. But I feel sorry I'm sorry. I'm having like weather. What do you call it? Guilt complex here because I live in the warmest place in the nation. And what they declared, 31 states a state of emergency so that they can just turn everybody loose if you're running necessary goods, right?
Right.
Like toilet paper and propane fuel and diesel. That all comes under the list. It's all.
They still have the nationwide COVID, the COVID exemptions in place. So, yeah, that's been extended till the end of March or something, or was March or I can't remember, but so this is now in relation to the storm. You've 33 states if you're moving like horse feathers, moving the propane. Anyone hauling home heating oil, obviously right now diesel fuel. Truck stops need their diesel shipments.
Yeah, there's a lot of trucks that'll be sitting there waiting on a truck to come in and deliver the diesel just so they can get fuel.
Yep,
that happens. You don't want to really get it right when that truck. If their tanks are empty at a truck stop, and the truck comes in and starts dumping fuel, you don't want to buy the first fuel that comes out of that pump.
Yeah.
And this is the same thing for a car too, because if the tanks are all the way down where they're not pulling nothing up, they're going to dredge up all that junk that's down there in the bottom of the tanks. Those big, huge underground tanks, all that rust and crud down there. And you want to wait. You want to wait a while till a few other trucks has pumped some of it out, maybe clean the system out and let it calm down a little bit. Because it stirs up everything in the bottom of those big tanks. They're big, huge tanks down there in the ground. But man, what a situation! And I heard that Texas is going to kind of start turning over, warming up tomorrow a little bit. Not today. Today it didn't, but tomorrow they're going to try to warm up a little bit.
Saturday a little warm up, then Sunday things really begin to improve. So.
Yeah. But nothing to do but work on the suntan down here. A little chilly over the weekend, but it'll straighten right back out. How about the old Texas the Texas governor there? What's the guy's name? He took a little trip down to Cancun there with his daughter and her daughter's friend.
That's Ted Cruz, the senator. Yeah, he's stirred up the proverbial shish kebab storm. He thought he came back as soon as he started hearing some flack, but too little, too late.
Yep. He'd already stirred the pot up there pretty good. He got some people upset with him. Yeah, what are you doing, man? The whole state's freezing. People are without water, without fuel, without electricity. A lot of them, and
you're hanging out. You're hanging out in Cancun.
Climate.
Yes, right. Oh boy,
that's hilarious. Anyway, Steve, I don't have a lot to talk about. Kind of enjoying my retirement, and it's only 309 days till Christmas, Steve.
Oh, boy. Well, have a good weekend. Enjoy your balmy Florida weather. But yeah, they'll be shivering. I mean, 40 degrees, overnight lows. Oh boy, they'll think they're gonna lose it down there. All right, it is 844-3388. As we're underway on a Friday, we'll give you the rest of the story on Ted Cruz if you had not caught that yet. And we've got the latest. They're now telling us, I guess we had no idea just how close we were to absolute disaster in the state of Texas, as supposedly we were just minutes, if not seconds away from a complete grid failure. The power grid could have been a whole lot worse than what we ultimately ended up with. So we'll dig that up and share that as well. Right now, a quick timeout, rolling into a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta Mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yeah, it's kind of a sobering thought. They tell us the Texas power grid was, quote, seconds and minutes away from a catastrophic failure that could have left Texans in the dark, not for days, not for weeks, but months, according to the entity that operates the grid this past day. As millions of customers begin to have their power restored after the massive blackouts, the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, the ERCOT, as they call it, that operates the grid, said Texas was dangerously close to a worst-case scenario. Uncontrolled blackouts across the entire state, The quick decision that grid operators made in the early hours Monday morning to begin what was intended to be rolling blackouts, but ultimately lasted days for millions of people, occurred because operators were seeing warning signs that massive amounts of energy supply was dropping off the grid. As those natural gas-fired plants, the utility-scale wind power and coal plants were tripping offline due to the winter storm. The amount of power supplied to the grid to be distributed statewide fell rapidly. At the same time, demand was increasing as customers turned up the heat, stayed inside to avoid the weather. We had to address it immediately, according to the president of ERCOT. It was seconds and minutes from possible failure given the amount of generation that was off the system. So they had to act quickly to cut the amount of power distributed, because if they had waited, then what happens in that next minute might be 3 more power generation units come offline, and then you're sunk. Now, he did say if operators had not acted in that moment, the state could have suffered blackouts that could have occurred for months and left Texas in an indeterminately long crisis. While the generators dropped off the grid as the weather got worse, operators monitored the difference between the supply of power on the grid and the demand for that power. As the supply dwindled and demand grew, that margin narrowed to more and more dangerous levels, forcing the operators to enact those emergency protocols to either increase supply or decrease demand. Well, we know which direction that went. They decreased demand by turning the power off. The worst case scenario, demand for power outstrips the supply of the generation available on the grid, which causes the equipment to catch fire. Then you have substations blow and power lines go down. If the grid had gone totally offline, the physical damage to the infrastructure from overwhelming the grid would have literally taken months to repair. As chaotic as it was, the whole grid could have been in blackout. Now, we're getting a lot of heat, but the fact is it wasn't worse because of the grid operators that did indeed turn power off to millions of people. Yeah, we've got 3 emergency procedures to balance the equation between supply and demand. Operators can call on the grid, other grids, for help. Yeah, our grid has limited connections to the eastern U.S. and Mexico, but in this week's storm, so much power went offline that the other grids could not assist to close the gap. Those grids were also being stressed by the same storm. Next, we can try to reduce demand by interrupting power to large industrial customers that have previously agreed to have power cut during an emergency. And if that doesn't work, and it did not in this case, we have that last resort, ordering transmission companies to reduce demand on the system with rotating outages for customers. That's what started in the early hours of Monday. Usually, those outages are less than 45 minutes, but this week the outages lasted for days. That's likely because after they had ordered companies to stop providing power to customers, even more power generation continued to trip offline, and we were not able to roll the outages effectively. The amount of power we needed utilities to cut back in order to prevent complete blackout was so great that the companies did not have flexibility to roll power from one area to another to try and spread out the pain. These emergency protocols are designed to avoid overwhelming the entire Texas grid. Again, if that had occurred, even as power generators recovered from the cold, we would have been unable to reconnect them back to the grid. They would have needed to slowly carefully bring generators and customers back online, all the while taking care to not cause more damage to the grid. It's a very delicate process, he says, because every part of the puzzle, the generators producing power, the transmission lines that move the power, and the customers that use it, all has to be carefully managed. You have to constantly balance. Once a grid goes down, it's hard to bring it back online. If you bring on too many customers, then you have another outage. I don't know if they're trying to soften the blow, making it sound like, hey, we had to do this. It could have been a whole lot worse. Yeah, but talking to Pappy the other night, we were discussing just that. For years, we've talked about some of these bad actors, Iran, North Korea, Russia, that could detonate an electromagnetic pulse, an EMP. It could detonate a nuclear device way up in the atmosphere over the country, which would it could potentially take almost the entire country's power grid down, to which they said would potentially take years to fully recover. Now, to me, this just brings back the whole argument. We had a winter storm that brought the entire southern portions of the country to its knees as far as power generation. What if we had millions of those people in Texas looking to plug in their automobiles and plug in their delivery trucks for their electric vehicles? That ain't going to work. This has to be the awakening for this move, this push to electrify everything. All right, so you're up to speed on that. Let's get back to the calls here on a Friday morning. Alex, I believe, checking in from Charleston, West Virginia. What are things looking like there in Charleston, Alex?
It's just sleet right now. It's nothing crazy. I know last night there was a lot of weather. I'm just passing through here, but yeah, it's unfortunate, man. I don't know if you see. First of all, it's good to hear from you. I haven't heard you in a while. It's awesome. But yeah, I go to law school in Virginia, and with COVID and everything going on, got a lot of people that chose to do online, and a lot of them live in Texas. So like, I'm going to stay away from Virginia. I'm going to go to Texas because there's no ice or snow.
Right. Yeah.
Now here's the funny guy, because it hasn't been that bad here, really. I mean, we've got a couple inches here and there. I'm in Central Virginia, and I think we got 4 inches one time. Aside from that, nothing. So you go down there, and I don't know if I seen something the other day. A lot of people are advocating for the solar power and the wind power. Well, when you got a bunch of snow and ice on top of the solar panels, you're not going to get any juice, And then you got the wind turbines that are frozen. And I've seen a picture where there's people basically flying around in helicopters that are made of fossil fuels, spraying a substance that's also made of fossil fuels on the wind turbine that's made of fossil fuels. So it's like,
absolutely,
defeat the whole purpose there of going green, right?
Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah, so I thought that was pretty ironic. Yeah, it's messed up though. I was in Galveston like probably a month and a half ago. I went down there for the Bengals game in Houston, and we went down to Galveston after the game. And I mean, I was sitting on the beach, like I think it was like 82 degrees, something like that. The water temperature was real warm. And I looked at it yesterday, and, it's like 18 degrees in Galveston. I'm like, that's insane. That's what weather does. You can't predict it. I mean, that's everybody talk about global warming. You don't hear a lot about it now, but I have heard some people say like, oh, well, global warming, gets colder too. I'm like, well, that don't make any damn sense. Like, try to be rational about this. But it's unfortunate. So, yeah, we're trying to stay warm over here, though, hoping it gets better soon. It's just been kind of gloomy here. Like, I don't think I've seen sunlight in probably 2 weeks. So,
we're ready for some sunshine. I'm ready to absorb some vitamin D. I haven't had any vitamin D, right?
Oh, yeah. been taking the pills and everything because, yeah, you can tell it affects you. And I'm in a classroom all day, every day, or if I'm not in the classroom, I'm in my apartment reading and whatnot, trying to still work here and there. But, yeah, we go on spring break here in about 3 weeks. I'm going to go to Las Vegas and probably lay by the pool for about 3 days. So, sounds like a pretty good plan.
That sounds like a good time to me.
Yeah,
it's been a while since I've been to Vegas. I miss getting out there. Yep.
I've been there a couple times during COVID just because it's so cheap right now. I mean, you can fly there round trip out of Cincinnati for about $100. I mean, and once you get there, there ain't nobody there. So, the hotels are essentially free. You got to pay tax. That's about it. So it's, but they got the mask police everywhere. They catch you with your mask down. It's no good. They'll straight up kick you out. And I'm a smoker, and that's problematic for me. So every time I'm in Vegas now, I just smoke with my mask on.
Okay.
So,
That's not. No, I haven't tried that yet. I haven't tried smoking with the mask on. That's got to be quite the task, I'm thinking. Well, if we don't hear from you again, Alex, before then, enjoy your trip to Vegas. Yeah, I think we could all use a little getaway right about now, huh? Get away from it all. Looking at some of our comments here from our various platforms, the YouTube, the Facebook, Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, or Hot Shot Secret, wherever you're listening or watching from. Dale says, good morning from Jacksonville, Florida. Right now, 73 degrees, partly cloudy skies, beautiful morning. Okay, drivers, let's be careful out there today. I know some of you are going to start rolling out of the weather. The weather's beginning to break up a bit. Roads are getting a little better, but keep your eyes on the road. Make sure you got plenty of stuff in the truck with you. Be careful. All right, blessings to all. Thank you so much for listening in there in beautiful Jacksonville, Florida. Michael says, West Monroe, Louisiana. We've got a boil water alert here as well. Alan says, Steve, me and my wife love the show. Keep up the good work. Long-time listener, and I've got my wife listening to you too. Well, thank you very much. The Beaten Buzzard, morning, Steve, from the Arctic tundra of southern Michigan. Jerry, long-time listener, called a couple of times, but glad you're back on. And yes, old Knucklebuster's out on the road. I talked to him on the CB today in Columbus, Indiana. Okay, because I was asking about Knucklebuster last night. Hadn't heard from him in several days, which is kind of unusual. Maybe he'll check in this morning. All right, there's old Crazy Ray. Crazy Ray, he posts a lot. Got my coffee and my snowbank in West Michigan. Thanks for listening in, old Crazy Ray. There you go. Just a few of the comments as we make our way into the early hours of a Friday. We get set for the weekend, and I've got the winners before me. This is week number 4 of our 5-week giveaway. Coming up after the top of the hour break, we'll announce the grand prize winner of our Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headset and runner-up prize of the Hot Shot Secret Big Rig Duo. Got your 2 64-ounce stick-shin eliminators and 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme, the Big Rig Duo. Coming up here in just a few. All right, who we got next here? Well, there's old Horse Feathers on a Friday. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, morning, your goatness.
Uh-huh.
We're supposed to start that, aren't we?
I don't think so.
Give up the other? Anyway. Well, I guess we got weather. So we still have freezing mist right now. It's beautiful, beautiful. Just ice is right on the windshield when it gets on it. There, you can't. So yeah, it's a wonderful thing right now. Ended up with probably about 4 or 5 inches of snow. So I was hearing you and Cool Breeze talking there. So they did come up with a waiver for the hours of service for everybody, huh? In quite a few states.
33 states, and Washington, D.C. So you're in the mix, Horse Feathers. You can start running your ass off.
All right. So is that from the U.S. DOT, or is it a regional thing from all the states being combined, or in this individually states mandated, or
regional declaration for those 33 states and D.C.
Okay. Because that all makes a difference, because and then you got to look to see how it's written. Is it just for the hours of service, or did they exempt any weight so you can run anything, run a little bit overweight on the interstate?
What I saw was it said section 390 to 399 of the FMCSA rules. So I think that's hours of service, is it not?
Yeah, probably. Because like when Virginia themselves puts the exemption in, they throw in that you can run up to 90,000 pounds as well as waiving the hours of service. But the caveat to that is because it's from actually it's not the it's the Commonwealth of Virginia. I suppose people get upset when you call a Commonwealth a state a Commonwealth and stuff like that. But anyways, when Virginia does it for themselves, they exempt the hours of service and they allow you up to 90,000 pounds. The only thing is that that's not good on the interstates, because it comes from Virginia, the governor of Virginia, and the interstates are federally mandated. Mm-hmm. So you can beat 90,000 pounds on US 11 that runs parallel to I-81, that you can spit on one from the other, and be legal on US 11 at 90,000 pounds, but you can't be on 81 at 80,200 pounds and you're overweight. So, and they write you a ticket, same time of day. Two trucks could be traveling side by side looking at each other. One will get a ticket and one won't.
Right.
It's great. It's crazy. They want instead of having having your loaded heavy trucks up on the interstates where there's limited access and no red lights and stuff like that. But now the thing is, it's all done by Virginia State Troopers when you're there. It's, the Virginia State Troopers run the scales on the interstate and they run the scales on the state roads. And I don't know, it's a goofy thing, but it's the way the rules work. So I guess you play by their rules. It's kind of like Pennsylvania. They restrict roads to trucks on the interstates, but then the state highways aren't restricted. So if you want to get off and run the 2-lane state roads with your empty truck, or your bobtail or your motorcycle, or your pickup and your big fifth wheel camper RV, you're legal to be out on the 2-lane roads where you can cause all kinds of problems and have issues, but you're not. I don't know. And the thing is, and the other thing is I saw in those rules that you can carry, if you have chains on board for the other things there, the other areas, of the problems in Pennsylvania, when it gets to the higher numbers, you can have chains on board and still run, but in the very lowest tier, when roads are dry and stuff, there's no keep running if you have chains on board.
Okay.
If you have an empty truck. I don't know. It's all crazy that they think they're written out, that it's only the discussion of how what conditions are where they're at and how far they should actually go. But I did see when I was on 83 yesterday coming out of York in the middle of the day, there was a lot of flatbed trucks going up empty, and there was a lot of trucks out in the left lane, and there was a lot more trucks. Most everybody was going well over to 40 or 45, whatever it is that they back to. There was a lot of trucks that.
And wherever you are right now, you're kind of like, I think you're getting in between cells. And I think we were talking last evening with the icing scenario that's been taking place. All these, a lot of the cell towers and whatnot had been icing up. And they said, especially there in Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, that in many cases, the cell service was very spotty because of that. Now, if my call screener detected the voice correctly, would this be the one and the only Doc Holliday?
Well, hello, Steve Sommers. I was just thinking about you today. I was laying out here on the beach down here in Fort Myers, Florida, and getting some sun, and I was just wondering, was it cold up there where you was at?
Oh, yeah. Thank you. So, yeah, it's been cold. Now, you know what? We're going down to like 12 tonight, going down to 7 degrees tomorrow night, maybe even 5.
I think we're probably going down to 70, maybe 65 here tonight.
Yeah, don't push it.
I'm out here now. You know, the cool wind from the beach is just blowing in on me right now. And it's pretty nice having a martini and letting the cool wind blow in and going down to the poker room, playing poker down there with the boys every now and then. And I thought about Steve Sommers today. I said, I bet Steve would like to be down here.
I've been wondering where the hell you were, Doc. I mean, it's like, for those who may have just recently found the program or haven't been a long time, this gentleman on the line may very well be the smartest man in the world. Do you have some good tips for us tonight, Doc?
Yes. Come to Fort Myers, Florida, and get out of the snow.
Okay.
You won't be cold. You'll be warm. See, I may be the smartest man in the world being in Fort Myers that night. And I talked to that scoundrel Big Ed. You know Big Ed?
Well, of course I do. He's been kind of a regular on the show, Doc. Like, unlike you, you're the scoundrel.
Well, no, Big Ed been giving me the wrong times. Big Ed said, now you got to call Steve. He's on from noon to 5 every afternoon.
Oh, good God.
And I've searched high and I searched low, and I couldn't find Steve. And I just got so stressed out, I didn't know what to do. And that's why I had to come down here to the beach just to clear my head.
Yeah, boy.
I said, Big Ed lied to me. I think, hey, he's a dirty, rotten scoundrel. Somebody told me today, they said, no, he's on from midnight like he used to be. I went, well, that lying Big Ed. Boy, I tell you what. And what was Horse Feathers talking about chains? Chains for what? I didn't have no chain on my jet ski today. Was I supposed to chain it up or something?
No, just...
I don't know.
Yeah, you got out there enjoying the fun in the sun, huh?
Yeah, I didn't know what he was talking about. Chains? Chain what? I mean, chained down or something like that, but I'm not even chained down no more. I've been dating a doctor. She's believe it or not, gynecologist I've been dating.
Really? Okay.
Down in Georgia, yeah. Yeah. She's one of the top 10 surgeons in the country.
Wow.
Every now and then I have to go in and get an exam, but
Doc, are you still driving a truck for a living? Because I see your post on social media. You're never driving truck. You're either in a casino or all through the summer you're out on the lake in the boat, or now you're lying down there on the beach in Florida. How do you make any damn money, Doc?
Well, Steve, I just used the job to get from like casino to casino or places to places. That's all I use. That's what I use the job for. I don't do a lot of work no more. I play a lot of poker now. But that's what my boss man told me the other day. He said, and he laughed about it. He said, you didn't hire on here to drive. You hired on here so you could get free transportation from casino to casino.
That sounds about right.
Damn, you figured that out already.
Uh-huh.
I said, you may be a smart man, too. But it's free transportation to get from casino to casino.
And you make a few bucks along the way,
right? To Reno. Yeah, hoping to go to Reno here for long. I like going to Reno and hanging. It just seems, like truckers have to do a 34-hour restart a lot. Because if you're running out of your 70 hours, right?
Right.
Well, I don't know how it happens, but I was talking to Mule Skinner about it the other day. In Hollywood, I talked to Hollywood yesterday. He's doing great. And my 70 hours always run out, and there's a casino usually right across the street or right there at where my 70 hours run out, and I got to do a 34-hour restart. I don't know how that happens.
Wow.
But it just happens that way. Yeah. But Hollywood's doing great. Talked to him yesterday. Big Ed said he was wondering about Hollywood.
Yeah, yeah.
I was sure sorry to hear about Elvis. May he rest in peace. Elvis was a great guy. We all loved him. And he was part of the gang there for a long time.
Yes, he was.
Sure do miss him.
Do you know how old he was? I never did see how old Elvis was when he came down with the COVID.
Steve, or his real name was Steve Wanamaker, and I think he was about probably my age, around 62, 63.
Okay.
I think he was about the same age, I was, and Big Ed and all them, and you, and all that. But yeah, he was in our age group. I think he wasn't that old.
I didn't think so.
He lived there in a place called North South Carolina, is where he lived.
Yep, that's right.
Mm-hmm. He was a great guy, and we're going to miss him, truly. Another person we're going to miss, and I think the Democrats are going to miss him for the longest, Trump. They going to wish the hell they hadn't got what they got.
I think you're spot on there, Doc. You may very well be the smartest man in the world.
Well, Steve, it was good talking to you. I'm glad I got the call in and finally found you. And when you talk to Big Ed next time, just give him hell. Just give me the wrong information. Just let him know that he gave me the wrong info. It wasn't from noon to 5. It was from midnight to 5.
Why is it I have a sneaky suspicion you're sitting there lying between your teeth? But yeah, it's good that you finally took some time to dial us up there, Doc. Don't be such a stranger, right? You're allowed to call more than once a year. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Yeah, just a tad bit behind, but we had to talk to Doc Holliday. We'll get a timeout coming up. We'll get back with more on our traveler's weather. And winners just ahead. This week's grand prize, the Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headset, our Hot Shot Secret Big Rig Duo. That's all coming up. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, back at it on a Friday. What is it? 19th day of February, by the way. And I almost forgot, it's a short month, February, just unlike last year, which was a leap year, at 28 days in the month of February. So, yeah, we're pretty much heading into the final week of February once we get through the weekend. All right, great to have you with us. And let me see here. Shall I do our traveler's weather first? Or I know you're all kind of jonesing for, am I the winner? Am I the winner? Let me click over here. All right, I promised we'd do it after the top of the hour break. But so here's what we're looking at. Grand prize, the Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headset, like a $200 value. Yeah, this thing's got, you can use one ear if you'd like, and then the other ear can be attached. That's why it's called the Duo, because in a number of states, as we've learned, some states, it's illegal to have both ears covered when you're actually behind the wheel. So you maybe want to drive with the one ear on, then you get off the road or get into a state where it's not illegal, and you could put the Duo on, listen in full stereo. And it's got the battery backup as well, a charger, where you can get, how many hours is it? Many hours without having to recharge. All right, so we have the email address as the contest has been going and coming up sometime over the weekend. Of course, they'll reset and you can go and register once again. And you can register every day. And when you put your email address, you go to overnightdriveradio.com. Simply click on contests. Enter your email address, and it'll take you to a page where you can get many more entry opportunities for sharing. All right, that's what we'll be doing. So I've got the email address. If your email is KE4RK at somethingorother.com, you are the winner of the Pluto Duo headset. KE4RK. Runner-up prize is, of course, the Hot Shot Secret Big Rig Duo. $175 value, folks. Two of the 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Stick Shift Eliminator and two 64-ounce bottles of the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. If your email address is swick71 at somethingorother.com, you are the Big Rig Duo winner. SWICK, SWICK71. Congratulations. You are our winners. All right, so you can feel free to dial us up or send us a message. Obviously, they'll be in contact with you via email, and they'll get that shipped right out post haste, all right? All right, so back, hour number 2, looking at, again, travelers' weather. It's been, seems like the weather night after night after night has been almost depressing to share. But some more positive weather is on the horizon. Forecasters say the upcoming pattern change will set off not only an upward trend in temperatures, but also a thaw and a break from these storms over much of the central and eastern USA. We have been under an atmospheric traffic jam. The big buckle in the jet stream, it's going to begin breaking down as we head into the weekend here. And as the pattern begins to shift, we'll watch then finally the polar vortex is going to retreat to the northwestern portions of Canada, finally allowing a milder Pacific air to flow across much of the country and even southern Canada, starting this weekend and right on through much of next week, during which time temperatures over the plains are going to climb 30 to maybe even 50 degrees warmer than we've been much of this week. In some areas, you may be 60 degrees warmer than you saw over the last couple of days. If you're worn out dealing with the bitterly cold air, the frozen pipes, the water plant treatment, power outages, with the boil water advisories in some communities, the news of the weather to come this weekend may come as even more of a relief. The temperature in Dallas, you are forecast to climb in the 40s Saturday, near 50 on Sunday, and you will be back in the 60s or higher most of next week. So what a difference that will be. You'll actually be able to pack away the long johns and the heavy winter coats that you've been forced to wear, for some people, 24 hours a day, unless you found your way to a warming center if you didn't have any power. The turnaround will also be felt further north across the plains, all the way up into the Dakotas, as well as into the Northeast, eventually New Jersey, Massachusetts, and on up into Maine. Now, for some areas where you haven't seen temperatures above zero for nearly a week now, places like International Falls and Grand Forks, North Dakota, where you have indeed spent more than a week without a temperature breaking above 0 degrees, this sub-zero cold, dating back from February the 6th. By Sunday, both cities are forecast to surpass the freezing mark. Not 0, but 32 degrees, which for those regions around the country, that will probably feel like a proverbial heat wave. All right, let's get back to calls here as we are underway with hour number 2. And I guess, are we back on the road now? Heat wave, how the heck are you?
Oh, doing just Jim Dandy here, senor. No, I'm still at the house. We're waiting to get called out at noon tomorrow or later on today.
Okay.
So I hope the roads opened up and everyone's got fuel and that freight starts coming west, because we'd like to make some money out here myself. So no, we're sit here watching you on the big screen. And, who was that? Cool Hand Luke that was saying I wasn't doing my job the other night when I called in. It's just a handle, folks. You can blame me for the heat in the summer, and I guess you can blame me for the cold in the winter.
There you go.
So, I don't blame old Ted Cruz for going to Cancun or wherever the hell he went to. It's not like they're in session, are they? Is the Senate in session right now, or are they on a vacation, or what's going on?
I don't believe so. No, I mean, he would be there. He was supposed to be. I think they made that trek down to Cancun. They were supposed to be there through the weekend, coming back next week, I guess, to go back to D.C. I'm not exactly sure what they've got going on in the Senate right now.
I mean, if nothing's going on, I mean, Mr. Cruz, he can't climb a telephone pole and replace the wires, and he sure can't go over there and start the generators up to make a power. So, I mean, I don't know what these people expect him to do, but, I don't begrudge him for doing that. What I do begrudge is someone like our governor that goes to Hawaii and then tells us from Hawaii she's in Santa Fe, telling us we can't travel. And then she and her posse of Democrats are out there enjoying the Hawaiian sun.
Mm-hmm.
That's two separate, totally different things. And it doesn't matter that she's a Democrat, but I mean, it's just the fact that, she's telling us not to go anywhere, but yet she and her posse are in Hawaii.
Yeah.
That's something else. So, I had no idea that just an hour and a half down the road from me there in Santa Rosa, New Mexico, they were just totally out of fuel. No diesel, no gas. Porn star told me that. He was telling me how it was there in Jackson, Mississippi, saying that they weren't letting anybody go from the terminals because it was just nothing but a sheet of ice. And, that's, you can't very well drive on a sheet of ice, no matter if you got chains on or not. That's just too much. So, we're just waiting for that proverbial dam to bust and get all that freight out of there so we can hopefully get our butts going again. I'm spending way too damn much money out here sitting on my hind end.
Yeah.
I need to get out of the house so I can make money. So, I got my little pooch here sitting right next to me. Actually, he's passed out. He's I don't know what he is. He's just a furry pooch. He's probably thinking about chasing after mice or something. I don't know. He's that small of a dog. But, I called my parents in Central Texas to see how they were doing because I was hearing that of the power issues that they had. And they says, no, they've got power because they're on a separate system than what the rest of the state is on. And I guess the power that they're getting is coal-generated electricity.
Okay.
So all they had to do was they had to fix a few lines that had snapped due to the ice. And they says, there's some times where it flickers, but they don't totally lose the electricity. So they have a Dearborn space heater that's natural gas, or propane rather. And so they run that at night, and then they run the electric heater during the daytime. And they said they've got plenty of food, they got plenty of water. They're doing okay. It's just that their meds are running short on meds, and they just didn't want to travel 15 miles to go to the nearest town so they could get their prescriptions because it is icy. And they said they had at least 3 inches of ice on their Jeep outside. And Mama don't want to drive when she don't have to, even though she's got the 4-wheel drive. But she, I don't blame them. Hell, I wouldn't want to drive out on the ice. So, but yeah. So, other than that, most of my friends on Facebook, there living in Texas, they're making do with what they got. Everyone seems to be in pretty good spirits so far.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was about it from them. Like I said, I'm just sitting here spending money I ain't got on stuff we really need. And like I said, as soon as that dam breaks and we get the freight, my happy butt's out of here tomorrow sometime.
Good deal, right?
So other than that, I guess I'll just stay off of the liquid antifreeze I got sitting over here behind me in the liquor cabinet, so I can be ready and well rested for tomorrow.
There you go. Yeah. That's always to get off.
Yes,
it's good
sir.
to get off the road and relax a little bit though while you're home for a few days.
Yeah, that's true. So, anyway, Senor, you have yourself a good night. Drivers, y'all be careful out there, and if you don't have to drive, please don't do it. Let's wait for another day to get some good roads out there.
All right. Be safe when you do get back out on the road. Things are, yes, on the improve for much of the country. So what is the deal with Ted Cruz? A wave of fury this past day on his return to Houston from Cancun, Mexico. Critics questioning his decision to travel abroad while millions of Texans had no power or safe drinking water. Yeah, we know what's going on with the big storm, right? Public outrage mounting in recent days as officials in Texas have sought to deflect the blame for the state's lack of preparedness for the storms. Now, Ted, of course, widely seen as a potential 2024 presidential contender, immediately becoming an object of scorn for many Texans, already incensed by what they feel is the state leader's response to the crisis. Now, once again, I'm not exactly sure what all Ted Cruz could have done over the last 3 or 4 days if he were there. In an exchange with reporters outside his home this past evening, Ted said he decided to return from Cancun after flying down there on Wednesday because he didn't want all the screaming and yelling about this trip to distract even one moment from the real issues. It was obviously a mistake. In hindsight, I wouldn't have done it. I was trying to be a dad. Now, he said he decided to come back earlier than originally intended, leaving when so many Texans were hurting, didn't feel right, so I changed my return flight and flew back on the first available flight I could take. Now, he also said he took a coronavirus test Thursday morning, tested negative, and got on the afternoon flight yesterday. Now, from the moment I sat on the plane, I started second guessing the decision, saying, look, I know why we're doing this, but I've also got responsibilities. I needed to be here, and that's why I came back. And as it became a bigger and bigger firestorm, it became all the more compelling I need to get back. Now, he also cast his actions as something any Texan would do on behalf of their family. Yeah, what I would say is I was taking care of my family the same way that Texans all across the state were taking care of theirs. It was not my intention for that to be understood, as critics have tried to put it, but as somehow diminishing the hardship that other Texans might have experienced. All right, photos circulating via social media showing what looked to be the senator at the airport and on a plane. In some photos, a gray mask visible that appeared to be similar to one Cruz wore at Joe Biden's inauguration. Houston's police chief said that a member of Cruz's staff had contacted the department to ask for assistance for the senator's departure on Wednesday. So he wasn't gone, but about 24 hours, I guess, as he returned to Houston Thursday. The trip lasted, like I said, about 24 hours. But I guess as soon as he hopped on that flight to Cancun, Calls from Democrats for him to resign immediately. A number of questions. Why would you decide to leave Texas while your constituents are suffering during the storm? Some Republicans suggested the trip could be, this could be fodder for his potential rivals for the White House in a 2024 Senate reelection bid. So whether it's a presidential bid or a reelection in 2024, either one. One Republican consultant said Texas Democrats are going to go after him aggressively. If he runs for president, other Republicans are going to draw the dichotomy with Cruz and say, yeah, look what I did for my constituents in the time of need. Yeah, where were you? Hanging out on the beach. All right, so I guess they kind of caught him by surprise there. Governor Abbott, the Republican there in Texas, was talking about the number of individuals, which was down to about 325,000 versus the millions that had been without power several days ago. Ted did issue a statement. He said he and his staff are communicating with state and local leaders to get to the bottom of what happened in Texas. Yes, we want our power back. We want our water on. We want our homes warm. Sure. But, those kind of investigation had already been initiated for what it's worth. But that's the scoop on old Ted Cruz here on a Friday. Are you with me?
Steve, I want you to know I'm with you. I was sitting there crying when you defended me against that scallywag that you had on the phone. It just touched my heart, man.
Oh, boy.
I've never heard you defend me like you did tonight, Steve. That was a first. I've always treated you right, man. Back in the day when I used to hang around that worthless no good and that worthless no good Maverick, and then they got me caught up in that Jackson Hammer thing. You remember that?
Oh, they got you caught up in it. You had nothing to do with it? Is that what you're trying to say?
I guarantee you I didn't have nothing to do with it, Steve.
Okay.
I tried to tell you years ago. I was caught up. I was drawn in. And, I was a young guy back then, and I was very heavily influenced by scallywags like Doc Holliday and Maverick. I want you to know I would have never, ever done you the way that you were done back then. And I know the listening audience probably don't understand what I'm talking about, and maybe it's a good thing. I think if I remember right, you suspended all three of us for what, like a month?
Somewhere, I believe, I still have the silver-plated knife that you stuck in my back, Ed. Do you recall that?
Steve, come on. The way you defended me tonight, and you want to bring up stuff like that. Man. I just called to tell you, I appreciated everything you did tonight. That Doc, he was a line. Hell, you know what, Steve? I bumped into him over there in Missouri on 44. At the Flying J there at Sullivan. There was old Doc standing there at the checkout line.
Yeah.
Dang, Doc. I thought I was seeing a ghost. I thought he died myself. But he stays in Facebook jail because he don't know how to have a sociable conversation.
Right.
And so I said, Doc, why have you not called Steve? He said, I ain't got that. He said, I'm too busy playing poker, and each time I get done losing, he says, I've got to run hard to make up for my losses. And he's lying about all the winnings he sees.
So that's like a complete 180 from what he told me 20 minutes ago, Ed. He's making it sound like he's just out there living the high life.
Steve, he called tonight, did he not? And did you get the text I sent you?
I did, after the fact. I did, yes.
Oh, I texted you that about 10:30 your time. I said, Doc Holliday's going to call in.
Yeah.
Now, who's lying? There you go. And you know what? It just, like I say, it just really, really touched me that you defended me like that, Steve. Hell, we have a new relationship because of that.
Boy.
You know that.
Oh, boy.
But anyway, all right. Ted Cruz, what was he supposed to do for them people? Go home and freeze to death himself? I don't know. What do you think?
Someone suggested, who was it that said, if anyone who wants to pounce on Ted Cruz, let me get it pulled up here to get the wording correct. Scooter said, anyone that wants to bust on Cruz needs to bust on Biden. He was actually MIA today, all day. He took a day off. Can you believe he's already taken days off?
Let me tell you why else they should bust on Biden. Now, I don't know. I kind of tend on you for news feed, all right? Because I do listen to the program during the day. All right, and I try to catch you the first hour or two, but then a lot of times I'll go to bed and then I'll listen to you during the day. I've never heard, unless I missed you saying it, that, and I hate to compare apples to oranges, but Trump would have been all over the damn news feed over all this. Biden didn't, that I'm aware of. Did he say anything? Hell, Trump would have flew down there.
Good likelihood. And I mean, Trump would have been taking all the blame for what's taking place. With Joe, though, I guess they're treating him like they always do with kid gloves. I mean, I guess he said a few words this past day.
I will give him. Go ahead.
I said he did this past day. He did say we're going to release some additional funds. We've authorized FEMA to send like 60 generators so they can have generators at hospitals and things like that. But again, if the tables were turned, if Trump were still in office, I could full well see everything that Donald would be doing would be all over MSNBC and CNN, twisting the narrative to be negative towards him, no matter what. He could have been doing the exact same thing that Joe's been doing, and it wouldn't matter.
Well, the way I understood it, now I did see a couple of news blurbs at local news back home that President Biden did contact his Oklahoma governor, Stitt, and then the Texas governor, by phone.
Okay.
So, and then he did tell our governor, the state of Oklahoma's governor, that any emergency declaration was going to be approved. So I'll give him credit for that. Maybe, I don't know. Is it, your leader for the folks back home and the folks in Texas that were suffering through it, they want, for whatever reason, they want a compassionate leader to feel their pain. They want to be heard. And in this case, I don't know if it's failure on President Biden's part or if that's just not the way he's going to govern. Every president, go back to Clinton, go back to Bush, both Bushes, Reagan. Every time there was a catastrophic situation happening, and this was a catastrophic situation, and it's still going to be catastrophic on a couple other fronts. But they were always out front, and President Bush, George Jr., took so much slack over Katrina. You remember all the response or reactions, and you go back to when they was given fair warning. This was back in 2005, I believe it was.
Right.
To try for them people in New Orleans to get out of there. And people, you remember when all them people got stranded, and the people started screaming and raising hell about it. And but at least President Bush Jr. was front and center, right?
George W.
Same thing with President Clinton, right? President Clinton. Now, where I've seen what I'm hearing now is a lot of your big chain stores because the truck's not getting into where they need to go because of this weather, now they're going to be having grocery shortage and water shortage. Especially with everything going on with the frozen pipes, that's going to happen on the plumbing side of it, people's houses and businesses, and getting them access to water. And I'm sure the store shelves are just probably pretty close to being bare from what I'm hearing.
Really?
Based on some of the reports you said.
Yeah.
You said that I think it was you reporting that they were standing in line for water.
Yeah, down in the hard-hit areas.
Did I hear you say that?
Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, some of the hard-hit areas. Yes, they are. Yes, correct.
And so, how long is it going to take to get everybody restocked? Because that's got that trickle downhill effect. So it may get a little more touchy before it gets better, from what I'm hearing. So anyway, Steve, hey, buddy, because of what you did tonight, Steve, I'm going to do you a favor.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I want everybody to know I love you, Steve. I love my Stevie boy.
Oh,
bye-bye.
Boy, that's right. Are you with me? All right, yeah, a little behind. Yeah, our clock's all out of sync this morning. But we're okay. It's about, what are we looking at? 23 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388 as we make our way into a Friday, getting set for the weekend. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
I'm I'm just guessing there's a lot of drivers out there that could be sharing some tales of woe this week. Some worse than others. Nothing like being holed up at a truck stop that doesn't have power, that doesn't have water. So you can't use the toilets, you can't flush. What to do? I got an email from Buckeye Boy sent me an email kind of detailing his past couple of days. Sitting at home after a few rough days on the road. Started in Atlanta Tuesday. Headed out to Houston for Thursday. Got on I-12 in Louisiana, started seeing signs the 12 was closed at the I-10 split. And find an alternate route. No detour signs. Ended up on 190 West, going to hit 49 back to 10. Stops in Krotz Springs, Louisiana. Raining hard. By this time, my shipper said the customer postponed until next week because they had no power. Now, that was after postponing delivery from Thursday to Friday while I was headed there. So they wanted me to take to West Point, Mississippi. So I started back, staying south until I hit 69 North in Meridian. Still raining, but getting close to the freezing mark. Stopped about an hour north of Meridian, a very small truck stop, very dark, likely out of power. Woke up in the morning to go to the restaurant. Place was closed. No power. That was a problem. I got back in my truck, stopped at another station, which was also closed due to the roads. Drove another 10 minutes, had to go. So I pulled off the shoulder. I went a little too far. My my right side steer tire hit the mud and sank. I had to take care of business on the side of the truck. Waited until I flagged down a four-wheeler to try and pull me out, but they didn't have the traction. One of them knew of a wrecker that was close and called them. He showed up after a little time in a flatbed wrecker. Got his cable and hooked up. After a little pressure with help driving my truck, got me back on solid ground. Got my delivery after driving on icy roads. Had to go all the way back to Meridian, catch 20, because US 82 was so bad with the ice. But finally got home. That was a $200 emergency bathroom break. What a day. What a day in the life of a straight truck driver. All right, so he's out in his straight truck. All right, Buckeye Boy, well, at least glad you made it home safely. But, that really sucks. And I guess the Big Moose is back out on the road once again as well. Hello, Big Moose.
Hey, bud. Hey, I'm not quite on the road yet, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there slow but sure. I had to go over to Columbus yesterday and pick up another reefer. I bought another reefer over there, and I got back over here, didn't have no place to park it, and I had to get the neighbor guy over here. He got a little bobcat, and we dug, trying to push this white crap around, trying to get a hole big enough for everybody to park. And I just got down here, just got hooked up, getting ready to pull out. You still playing radio?
That's some semblance of playing radio, but so I got your message that old Tater and Sweet Pea they got their truck back, and they were kind of surprised. You had them all set up, had the new, I guess the new numbers and everything on the truck, ready to roll.
Yeah, they're official moose trackers now, buddy. Yeah, that truck wasn't supposed to be done till Friday, and the guy called me at the shop yesterday. He had my number because I dropped it off. And, what day was? No, I guess he called me Monday night. First, told me that it'd be ready Tuesday afternoon. I said, well, quick as I get back, I'll come over and pick it up. And I didn't get back till about, I don't know what time it was. It was late. And I didn't do nothing but mess with this snow all day Wednesday and best part of yesterday. and I went over and got that other reefer. But yeah, I got it picked up and got it up there to the sign pro, got the decals on it, and they were just tickled to death. I thought old Tater was just going to wet himself when he pulled in the lot and seen that truck there.
How about that?
I told him, I said, make sure you check the friggin' oil in the thing. You know, I said, don't check it every other day. Check it every day. Matter of fact, check it every time you stop. Oh, Lordy. Now, apparently they had several of those, that series engine that the guy at Caterpillar was telling me. Said that's not the first one that happened to. And actually, the rod didn't fail, the wrist pin failed in the piston itself is where the failure was. And he showed it to me. He actually showed me the one that it was broke clean. I mean, it looked like a piece of glass. If you'd hit it with a hammer, that's what it looked like.
Wow.
But yeah, it was a mess. And then got all this friggin' snow on top of it, and I got a little old snow blower down here, but Lord have mercy, you know, between what actually fell and the drifts, because I'm out here in the middle of a cornfield. Where I'm at, you know, when the crops are down, you can watch the dog run off for 3 days. I mean, it's just like a tabletop out here. And the only thing sticking up is these buildings, so that's what everything drifted against. And I got a 14-foot wall over here on one side, and I mean, the snow drift was even with the roof down there. I mean, we had a mess up here. So, but like I said, they say it's supposed to be 40 degrees or something like that next week, so hopefully it'll melt off and I don't have to deal with it till this time next year.
Wow.
But yeah, I was going to ask you, did you look at that new House bill that our Pinko friends are trying to pass on us? I believe it's HR 484.
And what's that one? What's that in regards to?
That's the one. That's the one where they're trying to pass a bill where that if you've been impeached twice, you can't hold an office.
Okay.
I guess regardless of the outcome, if you've been impeached twice, you can't hold an office no more. I tell you what, them people are absolutely grasping at straws. And I heard the nauseating deal over Creepy Joe's gun plan too. Said that he can't do nothing about gun ownership because that's a constitutional right. But what he can do is make it financially impossible for anybody to own one. So this is going to be interesting.
Boy, you just.
And as far as Ted Cruz goes, go ahead.
I was going to say I just pulled up HR 484, and yeah, they're talking. What are your thoughts? That's wow. Yeah, I'll share that with the audience coming up here in a few minutes. I hadn't seen that one yet.
Well, I tell you what, everybody, get your barf bag ready because it's enough to make you lose your lunch. Yeah, I tell you what, just when what I got to do, I got to quit looking at this online crap. I got out of bed this morning. That's the first thing that popped up. Normally, I ain't that pissed off till 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening. They had me ready to eat nails and shit log chain in about 15 minutes. Whoops, sorry, crap log chain, about 15 minutes.
Right.
But yeah, it's just a mess. I tell you what I need to do. I need to go to Cancun, take Ted Cruz with me. Because, and as far as old Teddy going to Cancun, good for him. As far as I'm concerned, if anybody deserved a vacation, he did. I mean, he's been up there busting his hump every day. And good for him. You know, it ain't no worse than Nancy bragging about her $2,000 a bowl ice cream while there's people starving to death 2 blocks down the street from her house, right?
That's correct.
So, you know what? What's good for yon goose is good for yon gander, as far as I'm concerned. I tell you what, I'm getting to the point right now. This sounds terrible, but it's the truth. Somebody tells me they're a Democrat, I instantly just start disliking them. I'm not too sure if I found out Mr. Rogers was a Democrat, I wouldn't dislike him. I mean, it's getting that bad. I mean,
Wow.
They just do everything they can to just aggravate somebody, you know? And they're at the point right now, and all this, I'm offended. Well, apparently, The only people that ain't got the right to be offended in this country is people go out and work for a living, want to have something, want to be left the hell alone.
Yep.
But if you're a welfare case sucking on the government tit and taking every handout that somebody wags by you, and you've been blessed with some minority factor that goes back 300 years. Well, first of all, here's the thing. I don't have no guilt about oppression. I've never oppressed anybody. Matter of fact, most of my life, I've been the one oppressed. I've never owned no slaves. I never persecuted no Jews. I never done none of that stuff. So I don't feel guilty about it. What somebody did 200 years ago is their business. I don't care. I'm talking about what I've done in my life, and that's the only thing I've done in my life is try to have something for me and mine. You know? And I think if people would grab themselves by the bootstraps and take responsibility for themselves instead of trying to excuse their laziness and just outright dumbassery on something that happened 200 years ago, the whole world would be better off.
Well, I always love it when you go on a roll, Big Moose. I love it when you get on a roll there. So as Big Ed would say, are you with me? Well, I'm with you. Yeah.
Well, I apologize for letting the vernacular slip there. Good thing we're not on the terrestrial radio. Somebody been in there hitting that beeper on me.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, if you'll forgive me this one indiscretion, I'll say keep it between the spotted and the solid, and we'll catch you on the flip side.
All right. Thank you for checking in this morning there. Big Moose is on the loose. All right. That frees up another line. Got a couple of available lines, several open. At 844-844-3388. All right, let me see. I've sent that over. House Democrats have introduced a bill to ban former U.S. presidents who have been twice impeached. Now, this doesn't say from office. It says from burial in Arlington National Cemetery. In a move that would, at the present, only apply to one Donald Trump. The bill entitled No Glory for Hate Act, H.R. 484, would prohibit the use of federal funds for the commemoration of certain former presidents, namely those who have faced impeachment proceedings from the House on two separate occasions. The bill would also restrict the use of government funding to create or display any symbol, monument, or statue commemorating a twice-impeached president, and it would bar the naming or redesignation of any federal building or land after commander-in-chiefs in question. Of course, Trump, the only president in U.S. history to have faced impeachment inquiries 2 times during his tenure. Of course, acquitted on both occasions. California Democrat Representative Linda Sanchez, surprise, surprise, sponsor of the bill, said the impetus for introduction of the legislation was due to the former president's encouraging of racism and hatred. For years, Donald Trump poured gasoline on lies, encouraged racism and hatred, then lit a match on January the 6th. A president who's been impeached twice does not deserve the honors bestowed on a former president. We should never glorify the hatred of Donald Trump, what he personified as president. This bill ensures there's no glory for hate, not a building, not a statue, even a park bench. Even though he's no longer in office, he should still be held accountable for his actions, and the taxpayers should not foot the bill for his future actions. I can't imagine sending students in Southern California or anywhere in America to a school named in honor of a traitorous president. Wow. Illinois Republican Representative Mary Miller slamming the bill for its obvious obsession with Trump. To which she said, "It seems as though no matter where he's buried, he'll be living forever in your minds." Yeah, nothing says unity, coming together, like a bill targeting one person. I guess the question had kind of come up. Some have been asking Trump, since he is speaking out a little bit more now, after being, he really had been laying low with the whole impeachment thing going on. And I guess the question was asked, do you think you might run for president in 2024? He didn't say yes, but he didn't definitively say no. What he did say was, "I won't say yet, but we have tremendous support. I'm looking at poll numbers that are through the roof." Well, that's true. All right, yeah, I think Alan Dershowitz wrote a piece yesterday, day before, kind of indicating that here another incident of Democrats trying to destroy Trump, which ultimately just, like so many other attempts, has really just backfired. It's had the opposite effect. Numbers indicate that Trump is polling even higher now, as more and more people realize that these targeted attacks, the obsession with Trump. See if I can scroll back and pull up what Dershowitz had to say. But this isn't getting Trump supporters to turn on Trump. It's actually more or less emboldening them to be even more supportive of the guy. That's kind of what's been happening. That's what happened over four years while he was president. Did it not? Now, meanwhile, Trump's lawyer, the guy that defended him in the impeachment trial, he also said that this trial did not hurt Donald Trump, as the Democrats tried to bring him down with the second impeachment. It's actually been a benefit. Although it's got one of his attorneys canceled, and that's David Schoen. The political weaponization of impeachment struck at the heart of the institution of the president, put it at risk, and may have put it at risk in the future. But I think you're going to see now is a backlash. Trump is actually gaining momentum. Let's face it, Liam. Let's look at who he is. They knew who he was when they elected him, and he wasn't one of them. But look at what he did in office. The first so-called politician who kept his word. Making other members of NATO pay their share. Moving the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem. I mean, the Democrats are actually empowering him because everyone saw the attack was not fair with this impeachment process. But meanwhile, Schoen himself says, he's a victim of the cancel culture. No one wants to hire him because he defended Donald Trump, right? He has an offer to teach a civil rights law class revoked because he accepted the job of defending Trump. The whole deal. If you supported Trump, nobody's supposed to hire you. Cancel culture. All right, there you go. We close things out here. Hour number 2. Eagle, hang in there. I hope he's not snoring yet. But we'll get to you next. Chevy guys on the line. Rolling into a Friday. Lines available otherwise at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group is partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328. 7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Okay, next on the list, where did we leave off there? This ongoing debate over a stimulus package. Let this be number 3, number 4. I lost track. This is, of course, the signature $1.9 trillion package with a T. We're looking to tack on. Nancy Pelosi said yesterday she's hoping to pass that bill probably today. In her words, sometime at the end of the week. All right, so what are they looking at? An extension of unemployment benefits that are set to expire in mid-March. Nancy said that they're in contact with the Senate about what can be included in the relief package under budget reconciliation, which enables Democrats to approve the plan. They don't need any Republican votes. Democrats eager to pass the bill to speed up COVID vaccinations and assist jobless Americans. All right, there was a smaller bill based around vaccine distribution money that's been backed by some Republicans, but Democrats controlling, of course, both the House and the White House insisted on a more robust plan. A $300 per week federal unemployment supplement and provisions expanding eligibility for insurance, again, that were set to expire March the 14th. This plan looks to provide payments of $400 per week and extend it through August the 29th. Extending the pandemic-era jobless programs, which offer benefits to self-employed and independent contract workers. $1,400 direct payments to most Americans, and up to $3,600 per child to households. Also, more money for the SNAP program, $20 billion. Let's see, state, local, and tribal aid with $350 billion. And K through 12 schools and colleges, $170 billion for reopening and student aid costs. As the case has been, Republicans criticizing the incredible cost, raising concerns about the amount of money going into stimulus checks in schools. Although House Democrats wanted to raise the federal minimum wage to $15 per hour, the Senate parliamentarian will decide if that proposal complies with the rules about the budget. Even if the proposal does comply, Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia and Kristen Sinema of Arizona are two Democrats not necessarily sold on raising the minimum wage. And with a 50-50 Senate party makeup, just one Democrat vote against the bill would prevent that from being approved, which is rather interesting there. A couple of Democrats not buying into the $15 per hour minimum wage. Interesting as we get things underway here for another hour. And back to the calls. Good morning, Eagle. What's going on this morning?
Yeah, I'm still working. You know something, Steve? I want to give somebody a compliment, and hopefully he'll call in tonight. I normally don't get too many compliments on callers to the show, but I like what I normally, let me put it this way, I normally don't get along with people that come from the Northeast, Boston or New York City. I usually don't get along with those type of people, but that guy Q-Ball that calls in, I like him. I can tell by his accent that he's a Yankee, a New Yorker, New Jersey, one of those states, Pennsylvania. I don't know which one it is, but I like what he has to say. I like what he had to say last night about what's going on in Texas. So I just wanted to give him a compliment if he's listening, to keep doing what you're doing, because we need more people like him that voice their opinion like me. And I'm going to voice my opinion. Now, here's the deal, Steve, with Ted Cruz. Let me tell you what Ted Cruz did wrong. The only thing that Ted Cruz did wrong was when he came back from Cancun early. That's the only thing he did wrong. He should have stayed in Cancun because Ted Cruz is doing what any other Democrat would do that was in the state of Texas. If they didn't have no heat and they didn't have no running water, they would make their way to a warmer location too. And if they say they wouldn't, then they're lying to not only me and you, but they're lying to themselves. Did you hear what I said?
I heard what you said. Yeah,
and that's exactly what I mean. Those people, these people are nothing but hypocrites. Like you say, like that one guy who called in earlier, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, all of them. Maxine Waters. She don't even live in the neighborhood that she represents. She stays in a multi-million-dollar home in California. She don't stay nowhere near the neighborhood that she represents in Compton, California. So all these hypocrites that are talking about Ted Cruz making his way to Mexico, like I said, Ted Cruz did exactly what he was supposed to do. Only thing he did wrong was break his vacation and come back home early, come back to Texas early, because like that one guy said, Ted Cruz doesn't work for the electrical company, and he doesn't work. He's not a plumber. Last time I checked, there's nothing that Ted Cruz can do in Texas to make the situation better. But you know something, Steve? But I tell you who is responsible, and it ain't Ted Cruz for what's going on. It's people like AOC and this other knucklehead. What's this guy's name that's been around for years talking about this global warming? I forget that he ran for president. What's that guy's name again?
Al Gore.
Yeah, Al Gore. That's who. You want to blame somebody. All these people out, these Democrats that's looking to blame somebody for not having no lights and no power in Texas, and you're trying to look for somebody to blame. You want to blame Ted Cruz. No, that's not who you need. You need to blame AOC and Al Gore. Those are the ones that want to have this Green New Deal. Those are the ones that want to have wind power and solar power and shut down all the coal mines and all the oil refineries. That's who you want to blame when you ain't got no lights. When you sitting in the dark tonight in Texas, when you sitting in the dark with no lights and no heat and no running water, and you looking for somebody to blame, that's who you blame. Because this situation is not going to work, Steve. There's not enough of this Green Deal, like you were saying earlier. What if we had all these so-called electric cars and trucks? How you supposed to power your car if you ain't got no electric? So I guess you're gonna be walking too. Not only are you gonna have no lights, then you're gonna be walking down the street in the snow and ice. Then you really have something to complain about. So like I said, all those, like you said the other night, Steve, those people with the Tesla vehicles, you said it used to cost $18 or something to charge up one of them cars, and now it's costing $900 to charge them up. And I noticed as I was driving around Texas the other day, I didn't see too many Tesla cars riding around. So like I say, all that's going to come back and burn these people. This Green New Deal is nothing but a phony, is nothing but a scam, and it's phony to put money into these politicians' pockets. Remember Barack Obama? Remember he had a deal with one of them solar companies. Remember when he was in the White House, Steve, that Obama had a deal going with those people?
That's correct, yes.
All this puts money into their pocket. It's not just, these people are not just stupid as you think, as a lot of people think they are, going with this solar and wind power. There's also an opportunity for these people to put money in their pocket. So they don't care about the average everyday person like me and you when you sitting in your house with no lights on, because I promise you that all these people that's looking for somebody to blame, I promise you, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and all these other Democrats that you see on your television every day, I promise you they're not sitting in their house with no lights on right now. I promise you Nancy Pelosi ain't got to worry about her lights going out. So all you people that's out there that's saying that you wanna make a change, you better make a change, and you better make it real fast. Because Steve, you said it earlier, and I read it on my cell phone earlier tonight, and this should scare everybody, not only in the state of Texas but the whole United States. They said that you said it, that Texas was within minutes or minutes or even
Minutes or
maybe
seconds,
hours
yes.
of having the whole grid shut down, and they might have been out of lights and power for 6 months or more. So in people thinking, well, it can't happen in my state. Well, you better think again. It can also happen in your state. It don't just happen in Texas. It don't matter what state you're in. You could be sitting in the dark too. Like Steve said, all it takes is one knucklehead from North Korea or Russia or any other China to do something, and she can put the whole United States in the dark. So all you guys out there that's laughing about what's going on in Texas, you won't be laughing when you be sitting in the dark. So you think about that tonight before you go to bed. This is a real dangerous situation that we got going on, Steve, and it needs to change. American people, not only in the state of Texas, American people need to be protesting this Green New Deal, because there's no excuse for these coal mines and oil refineries to be shut down and people sitting in the dark. This is 2021. This is not 1921. There's no reason for somebody to be sitting in the dark in 2021. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right, good to have you with us, Eagle. Hey, we're right on that subject. That's a good place to fill you in on this one. We're all aware that on day number one of the Biden administration, Joe sat down and signed a bunch of executive orders. Of course, the Keystone Pipeline, revoking the Keystone Pipeline was, order number one of the day, right? What most of us did not at the time know, that there were other things included in that executive order. It also had several climate and energy-focused orders, executive orders, by former President Trump that were revoked with this. It's suspended for 90 days, Trump's executive order from May of last year, what is called Securing the United States Bulk Power System. Now, that order, again, May of last year, the Trump order was to ban, replace, and set new criteria on bulk power system electrical equipment coming from a foreign country or national that may pose a national security threat. According to Biden's executive order, the fate of that executive order and America's bulk power system will be determined jointly by Biden's Secretary of Energy and his director of the Office of Management and Budget. It's up to these two political appointees to recommend whether a replacement order should actually be issued. Now, what's this all about? All right, a little background. Yeah, we were talking, Texas was just moments away from a potential complete grid failure, which would mean the meltdown, the catching fire of these massive transformers. Yeah, we're not talking these little things that are on the street pole out in front of your house. We're talking transformers that weigh anywhere from 100 to 400 tons. Massive. China has become the world's leading supplier of transformers, which, according to President Trump, presents a significant challenge to our U.S. grid security. He said the United States should no longer purchase transformers and other electrical grid equipment manufactured in China. He signaled that it's important to end relationships that U.S. utilities have directly with Chinese businesses and multinational companies that are making these transformers in China, because they're then plugged into the electric grid here in the United States. So what's the big deal? Well, like we've seen with so many other things coming out of China, they like to embed hidden software and hardware in equipment. And that's exactly what could happen here. Chinese power it can be embedded with software and hardware that they could remotely access, which would enhance their ability for cyber attacks. Now, because, as I said, these transformers are huge, weighing between 100 and 400 tons, It's not easy to identify embedded software or hardware. There's also a potential hardware risk since so much counterfeit stuff comes out of China and it can easily be put into large power transformers. Now, this issue surfaced back in 2014 from the Department of Energy report, where they found that there were 6 domestic manufacturers of power transformers in the United States, whereas over 30 transformer manufacturers in China. Those 6 U.S. manufacturers only able to produce about 40% of U.S. demand. You know what that means? We're relying for more than half of our supply to come from who? China. Over 200 Chinese transformers were brought into the United States energy sector in the 10 years prior to 2019. Before that, there were none. Chinese transformer manufacturers are undoubtedly prospering. One Chinese manufacturer competing projects for customers in Houston, Las Vegas, New Jersey. August of 2020, Bobian Electric shipped the first of their 3-phase reactors to the New Mexico Public Utility Service Company. So what do we draw from that? For Biden to revoke President Trump's order means he's not concerned about potential threats to our electric grid by China. It is not clear whether the order signed by Trump's Secretary of Energy prohibiting the importation of Chinese equipment remains in place after Biden suspended Trump's executive order. Regardless, I mean, for Joe to signal on his first day in office that he'd be okay to open the American electricity grid to problematic Chinese equipment, that should trouble all of us. Okay, just, one step after another. Oh, boy. How much are we all going to be paying at the pump now? People have been sending me photos of here and there around the country where the prices at the pump are going up. Yes, it's one more potential item on the list of hardships. We've dealt with so much in the past 11 months, and this one cannot be blamed on the COVID, though. This one's on Mother Nature. Obviously, we're talking the deep freeze in the Deep South, and as many as 11 different refineries being taken offline, according to Gas Buddy. These resulting capacity cuts could drive gas prices up 10 or 20 more cents per gallon. National average for gas right now is at $2.54 and $2.57, depending on who you ask. Prices could rise to $2.75 per gallon fairly quickly. Yeah, that'd be the highest price since the summer of 2019 and the highest seasonal price in more than 5 years. Fortunately, it shouldn't last too long, assuming the refineries get up and running as soon as this cold air moves out. Once the power is restored, once the temperatures get above freezing, refiners will restart. Oil production will restart, and it shouldn't have more than maybe several weeks sort of impact. But according to AAA, the national average for diesel fuel today, or yesterday, was $2.80 per gallon, $2.72 a week ago, and $2.62 a month ago. I mean, we've seen an increase in diesel prices 18 cents per gallon in just the past month. Also, because consumer gas demand has fallen due to the pandemic, millions of people now working from home. There are adequate reserves that should prevent prices from rising too much, as far as regular old gasoline is concerned. Now, in terms of transportation fuel demand, it's kind of an opportune time. Tom Clausa, the global head of energy analysis at the Oil Price Information Service, says gas demand is quite low. That's going to continue to be low, probably well into the month of March. and we've got high inventories of gasoline. Gasoline about 15% lower than it was before the pandemic started. Demand for gas will be extremely low next week, he said, but he stresses that the recent weather-caused supply cuts are not going to change his projections for this year. We think there's enough mojo or enough things going on, enough recovery and demand for gas on the other side of the vaccinations that will probably go up to a national average of $2.75, $2.80 per gallon. Yeah, we'll be, we're getting closer to the $3 per gallon mark again. All right, lines available here. It's 844-3388 on a Friday morning. And what's happening with the Chevy guy? Hey there.
How you doing now? You know I'm not imitating Eagle here. I said, I think in my comments that Republicans haven't learned a thing, you know. So I'm angry about Ted Cruz for one thing. When he got to the airport, they come up to him and they asked him about all this stuff. He said, now listen, the governor of Texas got the emergency order. That's in place. My job is pretty well covered. I've done everything I'm doing. I'm going to be a dad this weekend. I'm going down there to be with my family. I've been falsely accused by AOC of trying to kill her. I've been putting up with Democrats all this time. I need time with my family for my own sanity and to remember why I am in office is for my family and to make a country good, great again for her and for my fellow Americans. Am I worried about a bunch of Democrats standing out there, telling me to resign? No, that's up to my fellow Republicans at the end in the next election. Other than that, I'm not worried about what they have to say. I'm doing what I can do. If anything comes up, you see this little thing I got in my pocket? It's a telephone.
Yeah.
I can call. I can use my authority. If I'm sitting in Washington, D.C., if I'm sitting in my frozen house, or if I'm sitting along the beach in Cancun, Mexico, looking into the eyes of my daughter, if you don't mind, I'm going to spend time with my family. If anything, the Cruz family that's one less family that's going to be burdening the Texas Power Company. It's taking less resources from my fellow Texans. So, if you mind, bug off. And now, haven't they learned a daggum thing? President Donald J. Trump showed them how to do this. But what did he do? He turned around and kissed their rear ends. What good did it do him? What good did it do him? Absolutely nothing. We need people to fight for us. By the way, Lindsey Graham, okay? You hear what I'm saying there? We need people that will fight. Donald J. Trump, he don't walk on water to me now, but he showed us how to fight. He showed how to do it. Do it. I mean, it never has worked out to turn around and kiss the media's rear end. It just Republican. I mean, stand up for what you believe for and tell the truth. My goodness, I can be a senator anywhere I go because I got this little technology you guys don't really understand about because I'm getting more information out to the American people on this phone and on talking on these alternate sources than using your public media. I mean, me and Eagle's hauling the same load to the same destination apparently tonight, but amen on that. And no, that's the only thing I got. Ted Cruz, he really let me down. But Donald J. Trump and I mean all the Republicans need to understand where we're at now. You're down. Don't let them hold you down. Stand up for what you believe. The real people, the only people that you're trying to placate to, don't want you there anyway. And by the way, just take these opportunities to say, hey, now I do want to mention this. AOC's Green New Deal, Have you seen what it's going to turn us into if we cut off gas and oil offline? Then we'll really be cold. So other than that, I'm going to sit back in the rocking chair, copy the mail, and enjoy the ride. Tim Board?
I got you. All right. Thank you so much, Chevy Guy. Have a good morning. Thanks for chiming in. And all right, we'll get a quick time out here. It is 844-3388. We make our way into a Friday edition, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, by the way, you got wide open lines on a Friday, and you can dial us up at 844-844-3388. Well, of course, the rolling blackouts we've been talking about for days, Texas, other parts of Louisiana, I think maybe a few in Arkansas. I thought we had a few of those. The word had come down earlier this week, back on Monday or Tuesday, that there was the potential for some of these rolling blackouts to occur over a number of states, stretching from the Dakotas all the way down into the South. Sounds like ultimately that did not come to fruition. However, they worked it out. I'm not exactly sure, but out of Springfield, the story where they try to explain with the record low temperatures we were dealing with in the Midwest, word came down to the utilities workers to temporarily cut service to some customers. But the orders did not come from Springfield, and this would be the word for numerous communities covering like 14 different states. Gary Gibson is CU's general manager. He told reporters he was taking direction from something called the Southwest Power Pool, a relatively obscure organization with the power to order blackouts in cities across, again, 14 different states. This kind of struck some people as rather odd. Why are we listening to some organization we've never heard of? How about city utilities grow up and tell this Southwest Power Pool where to go and how to get there? Stop with this blackout BS. But a closer look at federal regulations and how the power pool works suggests city utilities had no choice but to comply. And the structured blackouts, while inconvenient, were to keep things from getting much, much worse. So they try to break it down. For a little background on Southwest Power Pool, and a lot of this is new stuff for all of us. SPP is what's known as, in the utilities trade, as a regional transmissions organization. One of 10 such entities in the U.S. and Canada. Its main purpose is to help utilities be more reliable by connecting them together and having them back each other up when necessary. That way, if city utilities is having trouble, they can keep the lights on in Springfield by purchasing excess power from other utilities in that pool. By the same token, city utilities can step in and help when utilities elsewhere are having their own problems. It's kind of like a mutual aid. It's not only necessary when problems arise, though. CU's general manager said the utility also relies on the pool when they take a plant offline for maintenance. You just can't own generation without this kind of arrangement, he says. Now, there's an attorney who led Missouri's utility watchdog back in the early 2000s and now advocates for consumers around the country. He said this pool also gives utilities better access to renewable energy. You have places in the pool like Kansas, rich with wind, and others that are not. So with the pool, you can distribute that. James Owens, who led Missouri's utility watchdog 2016-2017, said the pools market helps utilities deal with everyday issues like weather. Warmer than you expected in your service area, you've got more energy for heat than you need in a pool. You can sell that to another utility in a place where it's colder than they expected. All this stuff was supposed to be, kind of coming to fruition this past week. But this week was pretty much the perfect storm, they say. The power pool and the people familiar with the industry were saying exactly that this week. SPP's top government and media liaison said this week was the perfect storm. First, they said record low temperatures, creating record demand for power, but not just in a few places, but across the power pool's pretty much entire territory from North Dakota to Oklahoma and the Texas Panhandle. That threw off the normal strategy of moving around excess power because everybody needed more. Making matters worse, the cold extended into Texas natural gas territory, and as we've been talking, freezing some of the wells, rendering one of our key lifelines unreliable. This really is a weather story. It's cold from San Antonio to the Canadian border. Texas not used to being cold. So we really got squeezed on both sides. Wind energy sources produced as much power as we expected, but they're not expected to carry the load in times like this. Sometimes there's been enough power to meet demand, but the demand has been so high, the wires couldn't handle all the power that would need to be transferred. Those factors forced the Southwest Power Pool to consider their last resort option, being controlled blackouts across the entire region. So the first blackout ordered came early Monday morning, followed by another on Tuesday morning. First, asking utilities to move into conservative operation, and then they told them to make appeals to customers to save power, turning down thermostats, unplugging electronics, and when the demand overran supply, we were bound by the federal regulations to intervene. SPP tried to keep the interruptions to a minimum. So I guess some of these did apparently occur. The first blackout lasted 50 minutes Monday morning. The Tuesday lasted 3 hours. In Springfield, the blackouts only affected one part of their town. Okay. In Springfield, many scolding their electric provider for no advance warning. Others voicing concerns about losing power for medical devices. Yeah, more than a few suggested this whole thing was a systemic failure. Yeah, they held a press conference on Tuesday, said they would have liked to have given more advance warning about the blackouts, but he said those with the medical concerns should sign up for a medical alert program so that the utility can prioritize when they're restoring power. That's an interesting option. Yeah, then you have, if we did not follow through this, it said the uncontrollable blackouts in which plants shut off automatically across the network, and then you'd have days of outages, and they have to restart every single plant. That's why they hit, Liberty Energy that serves Joplin. They hit Kansas City-based Energy, Evergy, and the city of Springfield. You kind of spread the pain around rather than just having one company all by themselves out on an island. So moving forward, regardless of how people answer the question in the future, regulators will be digging into the blackouts here in the coming days, weeks, and months to see if there's room for improvement. The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission said they're both investigating what took place both in the Midwest and in the state of Texas. What investigators will find that isn't already public, yet to be seen. He said the Southwest Power Pool said he's sure there's going to be plenty of takeaways that might help this region, but this is the first time in 80 years, essentially, that we've ever had to do this, he said. So we're probably going to learn quite a bit from it. Now, outside of the official investigations, these blackouts also are certain to spark some new debate over the role of renewable energy and fossil fuels. Texas governor attracting national attention when he went on Fox News to blame the solar and the wind power, even as some of the coal and gas-fired plants were dealing with their own glitches. All right. Interesting how that all unfolds, but like I said, we're all kind of learning something with each passing day with all that has come to fruition over the past week. All right, we've got open lines here on a Friday. It's 844-844-3388. We call it the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Now let me bounce down here to Heston, Kansas. AGCO in Heston shut down due to extraordinarily high natural gas prices related to the record-setting cold. Someone just forwarded this to me. The newspaper posted on Facebook, the company faces a potential of a $2.1 million bill for natural gas. Now, because of the shutdown, employees will miss out on an average of $200 a day. What is AGCO? It says AGCO, your agriculture company. It's just a short headline from KWCH. Shut down due to a potential $2.1 million gas bill. Workers will miss out on their wages. Wow. Now, how much natural gas you have to use to rack up a bill like that? All right, get back to the calls here. What's happening this morning, Demon?
Another day in paradise. AGCO they make farm equipment, farm implements, grasshopper lawnmowers, zero turns, and, basically bush hogs and all kinds of different things.
Okay.
I think it's 12 different plants up there, just north of Wichita. A friend of mine works there, and she was telling me about it. She's been off since the first of the week, and they pretty much closed everything down for for $2.1 million in a gas bill. I couldn't imagine that. I saw that and wow. Talk about jacking the prices up. But a lot of that stuff is done outdoors, and I've unloaded there several different times. They do unload it outdoors, and they're trying to keep the doors shut. When they unload you outdoors, and they take it in. Well, the garage door goes up, and all the heat comes out and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So that makes kind of sense. Close down that way. They're not, just trying to heat the outside too, because it ain't gonna work. But yeah, it's a pretty good sized plant up there.
So big manufacturing facility, in other words, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's huge. Like I said, you think. I know they make the grasshopper lawnmowers, the zero turns, stuff like that. Like I said, bush hogs. They make all kinds of different things. Farm equipment. But they're supposed to be back to work. I think Wednesday is what she said. So it's going to be about a week and a half.
So what's the idea that I know with this big surge, they were saying with that I guess natural gas prices on what they call the spot market or whatever jumped like, what was it, 10,000% this week or something? Some unbelievable number.
I didn't see. I know I saw something, but I didn't read it.
Yeah.
And I mean, you look at the natural gas we got around Kansas, though. As a matter of fact, let's see, Heston is 15 miles up the road. They have a refinery up there. 15 miles up the road. I mean, one of the biggest places they get propane and everything up there. The racks and all that. And all the propane that goes around the Midwest up there comes out of that rack up there. But, like I said, natural gas, propane, all of it, So, it ain't like we don't have natural gas in Kansas. But, like I said, to me, it sounds like just a huge amount of consumption. I know that the company I worked for before, they had a power plant right across the road from us, and we got probably 3/4 of the power they produced went over to our plant, which is like I said, a chemical plant, and they said their electric bill, even though they had that plant right there, was over $1 million a month. So it's not cheap to take and run a place like that.
I'm saying, wow.
Yeah. I would have never dreamed, that much money, especially for, like I said, for natural gas for just 1 month. I mean, my house bill, natural gas is, basically the minimum is $30 a month. Wintertime always use more, but I actually got an email from my gas company that said, they're talking about a 60% increase in our gas bill this month. After all this, I'm like, that's going to be basically my minimum now is going to be $50 instead of 30. But,
well, I got my first ever in excess of $300 for a month utility bill Yeah, I guess that was for the January bill. Now, keep in mind, of course, we were relying on those stupid little space heaters and whatnot because the AC was out. So that's a fry. I knew the bill was going to be a little higher. Normally, we run a little over 100 and something in the spring and the fall, summertime when I got the pool pump running all the time. 150, 170, but. Boy, oh boy, we had the really cold temperatures and then all the space heaters, $320, I think my bill was, like, Gemini.
Yeah, them little space heaters, they chew up the electricity. But I tell you. Well, I'm down here leaving Florida. I go back up and face reality now after I ran my mouth all day yesterday. I gotta pick up and go back home, so I'll go back and get a taste of Old Man Winter and get a little bit more.
Okay.
Had dinner at Outback Steakhouse down there in West Palm Beach a while ago.
Oh, boy.
Dean come over and got me. Said we went and had Outback Steakhouse. He said he was waiting for you to get a hold of him. Did you? You got his email and everything. I know that.
Who said that? Dean? Oh, yeah. I forgot. Yeah, because he wants to come on the show. Yes, I get. I shared that email he sent earlier in the week, and then I forgot all about that.
Right. See, I told him I'd jar your memory if I could.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, he come over and got me when I had a bite to eat. Talked a little bit and everything. Trying to talk me to go on that cruise in December. He said he's going to take a look and see. He knew he got an offer, but I guess he's going to consider it anyway. Depends on what makes it with CD.
Yeah, got to wait and see if they're actually going to be cruising or not, right? It's still waiting for the official authorization.
Well, the Carnival CEO come out yesterday and said that all the ships would be cruising by the end of the year.
Really?
That's what he said yesterday.
Okay, I didn't catch that. Didn't see that.
Yeah, they got to just take, use Uncle Google there and then probably just punch it up. And I didn't read the article. I just read the headlines. But, okay, well, like I said, I was going to touch on that deal with AGCO and kind of explain that. But,
okay, yeah.
I'll let you know. Listen, I am going back to reality, and I'll be quiet for the rest of the week now. I'll get back and get cold again. But,
yeah, a little reality check, right? Serves you right. You were bragging about all those laying out there in the sun, you dirty dog. And I guess you could say we saw it coming. We knew there was going to be an absolute turnaround with the new administration, a.k.a. the Biden-Harris administration. The U.S. Energy Information Administration predicting that under the Biden administration, the United States will now once again import more oil than it exports in 2021. In the forecast from the Energy Information Administration, increasing crude imports will drive the growth in net petroleum imports in 2021 and 2022, and more than offset changes in refined product net trade. They forecast that net imports of crude will increase from last year, 2020's average of 2.7 million barrels per day, to 3.7 million barrels per day this year and 4.4 million barrels per day in 2022. In short, Joe Biden is just doing a hell of a favor for the likes of Saudi Arabia and other Middle Eastern countries, OPEC. In their short-term energy outlook for 2020, the Energy Information Administration estimated that 2020 marked the first year that we ever exported more petroleum than we imported on an annual basis. Now we saw declines of domestic crude and corresponding increases in crude imports. Of course, after taking office, Joe Biden immediately issuing the 60-day moratorium on the issuance of new oil and gas operation permits. The order states to issue any onshore or offshore fossil fuel authorization, including but not limited to a lease, amendment to a lease, affirmative extension of a lease, contract or other agreement, or permit to drill. This does not limit existing operations under valid leases. It also does not apply to authorizations necessary to avoid conditions that might pose a threat to human health, welfare, or safety, or number two, to avoid adverse impacts to public land or mineral resources. Members of the House Energy Action Team, HEAT for short, as they call them, immediately responded to the administration in opposition of the order, to which they said, the co-chair of HEAT said it was no secret Joe Biden planned to destroy the oil and gas industry if elected president. And in the first 2 days of his administration, he's taken actions to do just that. This move only makes us more dependent on foreign oil and will increase prices for American families, not to mention eliminate good-paying jobs in the middle of a pandemic. I strongly oppose this decision. I urge the Biden administration to reconsider, which that obviously would all be falling on deaf ears in Washington, D.C. Oh, aren't you happy, happy, happy? Because you know what? We don't have Trump as president anymore, and we all hated him so bad. But now we'll all get to pay the price. Just better buckle up. All right, would this be Pup or Pop?
Nope, it's Pup,
Pup.
Steve.
Okay, what's going on, Pup?
Hey, I don't even want to get into that political stuff tonight, but tonight I turned you on and the screen doesn't stay on anymore. Did you guys change something?
Are you...
And I can still listen.
Are you via like Facebook or YouTube, or which one are you on?
On YouTube.
YouTube. Okay. I wasn't aware that the screen could be turned off on YouTube. Maybe they made a change or something.
Yeah, it must have been. And I can listen to you, and the screen doesn't stay on anymore. But there is one small technical difficulty. Sometimes when you're talking to people or your commercials are on, it just starts playing music and it goes over their voices and the commercials. I didn't know if you were aware of that or not.
I know that they had just added on the overnight the link via Overnight Drive Radio, which that was supposed to be where you could go to be able to listen and not have the screen on. I know that particular link has been having difficulty, like losing connection. When the server loses connection, apparently it just automatically goes to that bumper music or whatever. But I don't think that stream's the same one that's supposed to be being used for like YouTube or Facebook.
Yeah, I had a choice. If I pick the top screen, it stays on. But if I pick that bottom screen, I just touched that and it had your picture on it and everything, but the screen goes blank. So that's pretty nice. I like that. Won't take near as much battery power.
Well, yeah, maybe I'm thinking maybe they've got the link to the bottom screen for just the audio coming from the stream that they've put in. They've been kind of going back and forth with this company this week, asking about why is the commercials, the bumper music keep coming in and out. Somebody last night said it's like I guess for last night's show, it was not like every 30 seconds it was kind of glitching and coming on and off and on and off.
Yeah, when Horse Feathers was on, it did it quite a bit, and then it settled itself down, and it's like once every 15 minutes now.
Okay, not
So,
well. That's better than
I
every.
wasn't sure if you were aware
That's
of that.
better
or
than
not.
every 20 or 30 seconds, but okay. Now, when it does go to the music or whatever, how long is it? A few seconds, or does it play for a while? Or
About 6 seconds, 5 to 6 seconds, and then you can start hearing the voices in your commercial again.
okay. Well, I know they're working on all this stuff. It's
Oh, yeah. Baby steps, man, but at least
Yeah.
you're back on the air. So
That is correct.
it's nice to hear Doc Holliday. Haven't heard him forever.
a dirty bum.
Scoundrel, anyhow.
Exactly.
So, well, hey, you have a good weekend and good show.
All right, thank you very much there, Pup. Appreciate you checking in this morning. Let me see. Craig said, Steve, my YouTube does not go dark. I'd bet he's not on YouTube. I don't know. He said that there's two screens. The top one, he said, doesn't go dark. The bottom, I'm not exactly sure. But then Deranger sent me some photographs. Wow, out of Houston. Talking about if you can find a grocery store that's open. These are photographs from the Heb grocery store, H-E-B. Yeah, this guy says, I got to Heb at 8:40 today. There was already a line in the parking lot, over 150 people waiting in the freezing temperatures for whatever we could find inside. Luckily, I got as much water as they would let me, since I haven't had water in my apartment since Sunday. The situation down here and across the state is really serious. One photograph here I'm looking at is, I guess it's like the produce section. There's pretty much empty shelves. Photograph of the meat aisle with this whole section that the photograph is taken of. There is absolute zero, nothing to choose from. They ain't even got any chicken lips in there. Let's see, one other. Yeah, just empty shelves, frozen food section. There's a little bit of stuff here and there, but I mean, all kinds of shelves just wiped clean. They're in Houston. All right, we'll get a timeout here. Got the Carolina Ghost Rider on the line, rolling into a Friday. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The rover has landed on Mars. Yes. Cheers from Mission Control. A successful landing this past afternoon. We'll give you more on that coming up here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hotshot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group is partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
And going back to hour number 1, under the traveler's weather, we were sharing the fact forecasters were telling us that there was it was going to be a 2-part system with the icing scenario moving through parts of North Carolina on up into Virginia. And again, going back 3 hours ago, right about this time, we were just starting to see a little bit of icing in the northernmost reaches of North Carolina, right up on the North Carolina-Virginia line. But there was a lot of moisture streaming in with showers and even some thunderstorms much further south, down through North Carolina into South Carolina and all the way down through central and southern Georgia. So I did a quick refresh on the radar. So I said, let's see how much progression the icing situation has made, as colder air is actually funneling deeper into North Carolina. Now, what I'm seeing on the radar is a zone between like Lexington and Raleigh, North Carolina, all the way down to Pinehurst. You're seeing freezing rain. So you get up to, say, Durham, and then all the way up to Roxborough, Henderson, North Carolina, Lewisburg, then crossing on over into Virginia. A pretty good swath of freezing rain stretching from Danville to South Boston to Lawrenceville, on up to Victoria, to Cumberland, Richmond, Ashland, on up into Bowling Green, Virginia. Then a little bit of freezing rain now stretching all the way up into just the southern tip of, would that be Maryland up in there? Yeah. And even over into Delaware, seeing a little bit of icing taking place there. So that's why you've still got the winter storm warnings in place for that region till 7 o'clock this morning. All this is expected to continue gradually pushing off toward the east-northeast, gradually coming to an end later on this morning. But not before probably a pretty nasty morning rush there along parts of Virginia and North Carolina. Okay, so you're up to speed there. Meanwhile, back to our calls at 844-844-3388. Carolina Ghost Rider, how we been?
Oh, doing all right tonight. Been dry for the most part. Sounds like my wife's probably getting a lot of ice at the house. You were throwing darts at a map there in North Carolina. You were going all around my house there. I'm about 30 miles from Danville, south of it.
Okay.
And I came across 40, come through the gorge. It was actually about upper 30s going through the gorge. So it was good. So I'm running 75 south, headed down towards your old stomping grounds, Dalton.
Oh, yeah?
Now. So, yeah, a lot better driving than it's been the last couple of nights, that's for sure.
Uh-huh.
You know, old Demon, he's been rubbing it in on Facebook about being down there in Florida with all that nice weather.
Right.
And Doc Holliday called, and I could just picture the two of them when Doc Holliday was talking about being out on the beach. I thought maybe Demon was out there with him. They were throwing frisbees, laying out in the sun together. But then he says Dean came and got him and took him out to eat. And then I could just picture Dean had him on riding bitch on the back of that sport bike. You can visualize that, can't you?
I can see that, yes. What a sight, what a sight.
Well, what a sight. Well, I like old Demon, but, yeah, they, hopefully this is the last of the freezing weather there, and looks like we're going to be in the 50s in the next couple of days at the house, and certainly looking forward to it.
I'm ready for a break in the action. Hopefully get some of this ice in the gutters. I was talking last night about the ice dams, gutters all plugged up and everything, and backing up. He's probably tearing up my the soffit and everything else.
Yeah, that ice, powerful force when it starts freezing. It just moves whatever's in the way.
Yep.
It's enjoy listening to old Doc Holliday call in. You know, it's pretty few and far between hearing them, and I especially like when those guys start ribbing each other like him and Ed were. So maybe we can get some more of those guys and get the pot stirred up.
Those
helps.
Those scoundrels.
Helps the night pass better.
Exactly. Yes. Which, just like you, that helps me get through the night, right?
Yes, sir. Well, enjoying the show, and we'll catch you later.
Hey, thanks for checking in, Carolina Ghost Rider. Yeah, I'm looking at it looks like the back end of that freezing rain should be pushing out of Danville here in fairly short order. But yeah, you've had freezing rain for a number of hours. I think that you're in the zone where they were calling for like another couple of tenths of an inch of icing. So there you go. Yeah, I'm looking at the photograph here. Wow. A photograph of exhausted Domino's pizza workers in Texas that has gone viral, they say. Dateline San Antonio. 2 exhausted pizza workers showing the immense frustration resulting from this week's massive winter storm. These workers served up an entire weekend's worth of food in 4 hours, according to the photo caption that was submitted via Chime In. This Domino's in San Antonio, working during this crisis. Now, this is the caption. Again, had a weekend worth of food and it was gone within 4 hours. If this team helped those that needed help, these are the essential workers that need recognition. They were the only pizza place open. Every pizza place was closed, but Domino's stayed open to help those in need. Wow. That's pretty wild. Yeah, one of them is actually like sitting on the floor. And there's a female in the background with leaning on her elbows, one hand on her forehead, just completely wore out. Tip of the hat to the Domino's workers. I guess the only reason they got a break, I think they ran out of food. Yeah, there's nothing left in the cheese bin. Can't make any more pizza. All right, let's get back to our calls here. What are we looking at? There's old Philip checking in from Florida this morning. What's happening?
Not much, bud. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing well. Thank you much.
Well, I see they got that rover up there on Mars pretty good yesterday. I saw it after I came home from work yesterday.
There were cheers and excitement there from Mission Control, Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
Well, I thought those people from SpaceX, when they land the booster onto the barge out there, they all jumped for joy the first time. Boy, them people yesterday, they were through the roof. That whole crew was, I understand why. They put a lot of time and money into it, but they said that thing was the size of a car.
Yes.
That they landed it
It's a
on
lot
there.
bigger than anything they've sent up there before. Yes.
Yeah, that thing was huge. I watched some of the preliminary stuff before they actually had the actual, when they were going to land it. They were pretty nervous there. They were pretty nervous, but I'm glad they got it up there all right. So I'm just hoping that the Starship can fly again here pretty soon as they get everything cleaned up in Texas down there. I know they're trying to get that thing together down there still. They're doing a firing on that SNL-10. So, but hey, Steve, do you think companies are going to reinvest into their employees after this more? Like you were talking about Domino's and being essential workers and Walmart, these different companies. You think they're going to invest in their employees more?
I know some of them have been given like bonuses through the pandemic. I think Target stores have given like 3 or 4 bonuses for those that have been working through the whole COVID thing. I guess it all depends on what company you're talking about. Some will, but I don't know. I have a sneaky suspicion some of these companies will just say, hey, that's your job. That's your job. That's what you get paid to do, right?
Yeah, but I think there's going to be some big companies that reinvest back into their associates. I just wish that some of these companies would go back and increase the pay to their frontline associates. Like the drivers out there, companies invest in their drivers. I know they have a lot of office they have to pay and it gets things together, but, invest in your frontline workers. That's what we need to do, but that's pretty much all I got to say today, bud. I appreciate you. And by the way, who won the headset today?
Oh, let me go back. Let's see. Because I need to mention that again because a lot of people aren't with us at like 1 a.m. Headset winner was an email address of KE4RK at somethingorother.com. The Big Rig Duo from Hot Shot Secret was an email of SWICK71 at somethingorother.com. Swick71.
All righty then.
Neither
Congrats to them, man. I just wondered.
Neither one of those are your email address, I'm guessing.
Nah, they're not my email address. That's okay. I'm glad to see somebody got a headset out of it.
Yeah.
So, thanks, bud. I appreciate it. You have a good day, man.
All right. Thank you for checking in. As always, we got, of course, one more week, one more giveaway coming up next Friday morning. And all you got to do, again, they'll probably Saturday or Sunday, they'll reset the registration for that. And you'll go to overnightdriveradio.com, click on contest, enter your email, and you're in. But yeah, back to the Mars rover before we get back to your calls. And again, lines available at 844-844-3388. Streaking through the orange Martian sky, landing this past day. Accomplishing the riskiest step yet in this epic quest to bring back rocks that could actually answer questions whether life ever existed on Mars. The ground controllers at the JPL in Pasadena jumping to their feet, thrust their arms in the air, cheering. Yeah, it's both, I guess, triumph and relief when they got the confirmation that the rover Perseverance had touched down. It was the 7 minutes of terror they had to go through. It took a tension-filled 11 and a half minutes for the signal sent by the Perseverance to reach back to the Earth here. Touchdown confirmed. Perseverance safely on the surface of Mars, ready to begin seeking signs of past life. So the third visit to Mars in just over a week. We had two spacecraft, one from the United Arab Emirates, the other from China, that actually swung into orbit around Mars last week. All three of these missions lifted off last July. There's a limited window of opportunity where you get the alignment of the Earth and Mars some 300 million miles away. A 7-month journey. But yeah, this is the largest, most advanced rover that we've ever sent successfully to Mars. Yeah, we've been doing this dating all the way back to like the 1970s. Yeah, the 9th spacecraft to successfully land on Mars. Every one of them from the U.S. So it is a plutonium-powered vehicle. Over the next couple of years, Percy for short, Perseverance, Percy, will use their 7-foot arm to drill down, collect rock samples, with possible signs of bygone microscopic life. 3 to 4 dozen chalk-sized samples to be sealed in tubes and set aside on Mars to be retrieved by what they're calling a fetch rover and brought homeward by another rocket ship. Goal is to actually get those rocks back to Earth by as early as 2031. That's 10 years from now. But I was looking through this, and now that it has actually arrived, the projects aren't going to start immediately. Of course, minutes after landing, they received the tones and the sounds indicating that the parachutes had deployed, the rover was intact, it had landed. And for the next 2 months, they say, NASA will test the rover systems and their capabilities. Depending on how long those tests take, the rover could drop the 4-pound solar-powered helicopter within weeks for its first of perhaps 10 test flights. It's the first time they've actually sent the helicopter will take photos of the rover and the landscape surrounding the rover. They will use photos from the helicopter and Perseverance to try to scope out a landing site for another future mission to collect the rock samples. And all that is completely in line with NASA's proposed Moon to Mars Artemis plan, they tell us, which includes a 2024 goal to land astronauts back on the moon again, after which NASA intends to establish a base on the moon that could serve as a stepping stone for a mission to Mars eventually. One thing they say about the helicopter, though, yeah, we're not even sure if this helicopter is going to be able to fly. The atmosphere is very, very thin on Mars. I haven't seen any photos or demos of what this particular helicopter looks like, but we know when the atmosphere is very thin. You think about when you've got climbers trapped, like in Mount Everest. Choppers can only go so far up into the atmosphere. They can't get way up toward the top of Everest to rescue trapped climbers. So it'd be interesting to see if they can actually even get this copter to fly on the red planet. All right, back to your calls. And is this the poker truck?
Smoker.
Well, what's going on, Smoker? Okay.
First time caller, long time listener.
Hey, great to have you with us.
Well, great to be here. Great to hear you. I thought that was pretty nice of Chris. And Hot Shot Secrets put you back on the air. There for a little bit, I thought, what the heck am I going to listen to? So, I live up there in northwest Ohio, and I usually leave home about 9 a.m. or 9 p.m. So I pretty much catch the whole show just about every night. I thought, by golly, I'm just going to try to call in one time. So here I am.
Well, I'm glad you dialed us up there, Smoker. But I wanted to, first of all, before you get to your point, have you tried Hot Shot Secret products before? Or?
No, I haven't. I've seen it, in the stores and in the truck stops. No, I haven't.
Now, seeing as you're a first-time caller, I'm going to hook you up with a $60 coupon code where you can go to hotshotsecret.com, purchase whatever you want. You want to buy something for your diesel, you want to buy something for your automobile, whatever you might want. You scour through $60. It'll all be free shipping, and they'll text you a code for that. And I've got your cell phone number off the screen here. I jotted down here.
Hey, very good. That's very good. I appreciate that. But I guess I was going to ask you. I've heard all the original callers that the original gang of idiots that call in, but I haven't heard Plowboy. Have you heard from him?
I have not heard from Plowboy. Even at the previous gig, I hadn't heard much from Plowboy. I'm not really sure what he's doing, what hours he's working these days, but it'd probably been 6 or 8 months, I'm thinking, at least, since I'd heard from him on the show before, prior to coming to the Hot Shot Secret studio.
Okay. Because right after all this went down there with you, I was on, I guess, Facebook, and a couple of guys, we was going back and forth, and Plowboy come on Facebook there. He said, "Hey, this is Plowboy."
Yeah.
And I said, "Oh, yeah, I've heard you many, many, many times." And I just, like I say, I usually, Sunday night through Thursday night, I listened to just about the whole show. And I said, well, maybe I've missed him or what have you.
Yeah.
But him and Stinger, I haven't heard him. Of course, a lot of times when Stinger got done, I was pretty dizzy. He got off the line. But I haven't heard him. I know he's from Westchester down that way.
Yeah, he's a local Cincinnati guy, and I'm really kind of surprised we haven't heard from him. So I'm not sure why.
Yeah. But hey, I just want to say, hey, shows it's great, and it's good to have you back and give us all something to listen to at the nighttime.
All right. Well, thank you for chiming in. Don't be a stranger smoker, and just watch your text messages for your coupon code there. That's right. Like hearing from those first-time callers. And I like those people who share interesting tidbits for us to share with the audience. Like Blade Runner. He just sent me a story here that we'll get to coming up momentarily. A Texas man powers his entire home with his F-150 truck during the blackout. Now, how do you do that? Well, again, we'll share the story, and thanks to Craig and Charles, and there's a number of listeners out there that I like to call contributors to the show. They maybe don't call in, but they'll send me things that might be of interest to the listening audience, which I'm always happy to receive. If you've got something you want to throw our way, it's very simple. Steve at hotshotsecret.com. That's my email address. And we'll return in a moment. Rolling into a Friday, we got several lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, a lot of drivers have had their hands full this week trying to do a living, make a living in the not best of weather circumstances, right? You've been dealing with it all over the country, from the Northwest all the way to the Deep South, through the Midwest into the Northeast. Everybody's been in on the action this time around. And we had multiple pileup crashes, left drivers at a standstill on I-40 in Arkansas, like Wednesday night into Thursday morning. One driver from Raleigh was stuck in the I-40 traffic for over 12 hours. Said he'd never seen anything like it in his 20 years out there on the road. It's in unique circumstances. We'll get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here first. Let me get back to your calls. And we've got lines available. It's 844-844-3388. I'm not sure. Who we got on the line here this time around?
Yeah, hey, Steve, it's Monty. How are you?
Well, hello, Monty.
Hey, long time no talk to. I'm congratulate you on your show. I sent you an email or two, I think, when I first heard about you getting on. But
yes,
it's good to have you back, and really appreciate Hot Shot Secret bringing you back there. So
yeah,
it's I'm sure you're glad to be back in the saddle too.
Oh yeah. Good to have a job. You know, Trump wouldn't be proud of me not having a job.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. So anyway, we had the changeover in political structure and stuff. But a couple things that we're looking at as far as OIDA is concerned is this highway bill that we're sure will come back around. The one we had last year had a lot of things in it we didn't necessarily like. And one of them being the insurance minimum proposal being hiked to $2 million. So, we're hoping that we can get a couple of Democratic senators to, say no to this part of it and try to keep the minimums down to where they're at. The average truck car crash claim is settled for about $18,500, which is, looking at the minimum of $750,000 is what the minimum is required. Of course, most people carry $1 million, but so I mean, you're well under the minimum, and
Sure.
raising the minimum to $2 million is only going to benefit the trial lawyers.
Have they done any? Have they done any looking at? They looked into what if they were to increase the minimum insurance to $2 million. What kind of? I know insurance is a very, very high cost as it is, but how many owner operators would that potentially put out of business if they did that?
Well, the part of the problem is that we don't know how many insurance carriers are going to stick around and be obligated for that type of liability. So we're the common thing is that we think is that some of the players will probably leave the market, and so as the things become less people available to bid or price insurance, the price will probably go up. But we're probably thinking it's going to be 50 to 75%. We don't know for sure that it would double, but it's highly conceivable that it can. And there's a whole lot of guys that are getting their authority, to the one truck operations and whatnot. We've seen a huge increase in guys filing for their authority through, with the WIDE helping them get that. And if you're a new entrant to the market, even if you've got experience driving a truck, I mean, 10, 15, 20 years, but the fact that you are a new motor carrier, some of these guys are seeing insurance premiums of $18,000, $20,000 a year. And a lot of these guys are going to, probably work on the spot market with brokers and that. So times are pretty good right now. I mean, there's an abundance of freight. The rates are pretty decent right now. But, back last March and April when we seen these guys up in D.C., they were being offered loads that really weren't even paying for fuel. So we're not really sure how that insurance thing's going to shake out. Like I said, it's highly conceivable that if it does, it would go up, 50 to 75%. Like I said, we don't know for sure if it'll double, but because the X factor in there is how many insurance carriers are going to stay in the market. So that's part of the unknown that we have right now.
I know there's a whole bunch of different things potentially that are going to. I get this stuff goes in cycles. They try something, and then if it doesn't succeed, they come back and they're going to look at speed limiters again. Correct? They're going to look at what the side underride guards or whatever. They're looking at that too.
Yeah, they want it. And this is one thing that under the Trump administration, the DOT and stuff, there was a lot of things that were kind of in the pipeline, so to speak, coming out of the Obama administration. That when the change of things happened, then we had there were kind of put on they were kind of put on the back burner. And some of those were one of the guys that was big on the speed limiter thing was Johnny Isaacson, senator from Georgia. I think he retired due to health issues or whatever. So he was one of the main sponsors of that bill, and that kind of went away. But then there's been somebody else that's kind of picked it back up. But under the Trump administration, DOT wise, we probably saw a hold on regulations. And I mean, there were some things that were being proposed, like I said, speed limiters, the underride guards and all that those things kind of went away. But due to a change in administrations now and the, Congress, of totally being, controlled by one party rule, we have those regulations are looking to come back. And so, we're gonna try to hope that we can get a couple of senators, like I said, from the Democratic side, that will go with us on some of these issues, like the insurance and the underrides. So if you have a Democratic senator in your state, it wouldn't hurt to write a letter expressing your concerns about it, because it's gonna do a lot of damage to the industry. Because because they're even talking about, I think on the underride, they even actually want to go back and retrofit some of the trailers and stuff. Now, whether that retrofit, could be thrown out, it would just be on the new stuff. Obviously, it's still not good, but it's less damage than the alternative. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So,
I guess we'll have to
that's
wait
the old
and see.
saying, when you get lemons,
yep,
you try to make lemonade.
Oh, what about the younger drivers? I know they're also pushing for the 18 to 21s. That's in the mix too, right?
Yeah, all this stuff is on the table again. Like you said, it kind of comes and goes in cycles and stuff. And so there's that. They also are talking about some mandated training, which would probably be a good thing in some respects. But there's some guys that would be able to, that should be what I want to say, grandfathered in, where like my dad taught me how to drive 40 years ago. So if you've got a relative or somebody in the industry, instead of you having to go through some training school, and granted the training that you're going to get through that school is going to be only as good as what the instructor is, so I think we see some of that to where a lot of the companies that have trainers, they and I'm not saying they do it intentionally, but they try to push these guys through as quick as they can so that they can get the guy training another guy. And so it's not always the best. And we see, look at some of these accidents we've had here lately. That the one down in Fort Worth, there was one out in West Texas. It seems like every time we have any type of a snow, I don't even want to call it emergency, but just where bad weather hits and visibility, people are just not slowing down and not looking far enough ahead. I've watched that Fort Worth crash over and over, probably half a dozen times, and I'm just astounded at how fast these guys were going, cars and trucks. And obviously when you're on ice, but if you're not looking any farther than the end of the hood, chances are you're probably going to run into something.
Well, it's sure good to hear from you, Monty, because it's been a while. I think this your first call since we got the new year. We're wrapping up week number 5 here. We're 5 weeks in with the new show. So, yeah. So glad.
Well, thanks, Steve. I appreciate being able to get on and good to hear you. And we'll try not to be a stranger.
Yeah, always look forward to getting your updates. What's going on? Because you're on top of what's going on with the industry news and whatnot. So, and we gotta get a hold of Shermley or somebody. Say, come on, get on here and help us grow, right?
Okay, we'll pass that along, buddy. No
All
problem.
right, you got it.
You take care, Steve.
Thank you so much. There you go. And he actually sent me an email here a few minutes ago. Well, let's see. What else did we have on the? I'm just looking through some of the messages via social media. Jacqueline says, all this snow is from the Lord, telling Joe Biden to quit screwing around on climate change. Only the Lord can do something about it. As a race, the human race, for whatever, thinking that they can control Mother Nature or nature itself. I think you're right, Jacqueline. What else down the list here? Gotta love the big moose, rather. You gotta love a guy when he's through talking. You know where he stands and where you stand. Ain't no guesswork with that man. A good old-fashioned dose of honesty. Thank you for the message there, Dale. Let's scroll down a little bit further here. What do we see? Yeah, Charlie said, I'm listening via the app, and every 5 minutes it'd play the bumper music for a bit, and then right now the app doesn't seem to be working the greatest. I've been hearing that from a number of people. Like I said, they're working on it. The company that provides the software to serve, we're paying money for that service, and like the tech guy is saying, if that's all it's going to do, We need to find somebody else, that kind of thing. John says, watching from Christchurch, New Zealand. That's pretty cool. Thank you much for being with us there, John. Kind of like old Sylvester over in Australia. And we were talking about prices at the pump. Gas went up 21 cents a gallon in Northeast Indiana yesterday. Said 87 octane at $2.65 now. Diesel at $2.85. 89 or 90 octane. $2.90 for the 89. $3.30 a gallon for the 90 octane. And prices going up. $3.35 for the 90 octane. Okay. Okay, lines available at 844-844-3388. I mentioned this guy in Houston, the suburb of Katy, Texas. Says, I purchased a 2021 F-150 hybrid truck with something called the Pro Power option. Some sort of like a generator or something on the truck. He said, I've been able to use it to power my home during the power outages. Okay, recently retired from the oil industry and now said he's prouder than ever of purchasing the hybrid truck, which he said did an amazing job providing power to my home, using only a few gallons of gas the whole time. According to the Detroit Free Press, Jones posted the following on a forum online entitled 2021 F-150 Power Boost. 7.2 kW onboard generator saves the day, or 3 days. A little South Texas town, a 10 to 20 degree cold front took out the power for 3 days. So I had a chance to try out the generator on my truck. Now, I haven't put in a switch to the house power panel yet, so I just used a few extension cords. I ran power to some lights, coffee pot, 75-inch television, toaster oven, space heater, and refrigerator. I ran it for about 10 to 12 hours per day, the fridge that was, to keep the freezer food frozen. I guess that's not too much load because it only used a few gallons of gas over that time. I'm more than pleased with what it did. Easy to use. Just turn it on and forget it. I had to reset the 2 breakers in the truck bed to start since they were tripped by the salesman who gave me the initial tour. I took the keys with me, locked my door. It started and stopped the engine occasionally. Now, the cell service was out, so I did not get a chance to try the Ford Pass app. But this whole deal, a whole lot quieter than my neighbor's generator, and I didn't have to refill it in the cold every 8 hours. No filling stations open. So he was in the dark after his 2 5-gallon cans ran out. That's his neighbor for the generator. All right, easy to use. Check. Plenty of power for my needs. Check. Quiet service. Check. And glad I have it. He concluded, it's just so unusual in this day and time to have a power outage for 4 days. I guess you can't rule anything out. You always have to be prepared. So, all right, not real familiar with that, but I guess that something new with the 2021 hybrid Ford F-150. They've got a photograph where there's like in the bed of the truck. There's you have outside receptacles on your home. You got the little cover you have to lift up, and he plugged the extension cord in there, ran it into the house, and I guess he must have used like a 6-plug power strip or something. So, well, okay, it's about 5 before the hour. It's 844-3388. Well, speak of were your ears burning or what?
My ears were burning, Steve. So the Kiwi in Christchurch, come on, call in. You know you can do it. It ain't cheap.
but hey, do it anyway.
Okay.
How's it going, man?
Doing well. Is that what you call them? A Kiwi in Christchurch, New Zealand.
Yeah, Christchurch, that's Southern Island, South Island.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an area that I think your mate McManus was down there. From
Stellar Electronic. Yeah.
He lived on the South Island for a while.
Oh.
So, an area that I really wish I could get to, but unfortunately, that's going to be a while, apparently. So, but anyway, yeah. How's it going, man?
Hanging with them.
Sounding good. This is sounding really good. Good show. Good flow. Need to have more people call in, I guess, but so far so good. I mean, I've been looking at the numbers, because you can see the number of people on each one of the different, whether or not it's YouTube or Facebook, and you've got a couple hundred people listening at any given time, so that's pretty good.
Where's the largest number
show.
listening in, Sylvester? I mean, I know that we started off on the Hot Shot Secret Facebook and YouTube. Then, of course, when we got the Steve Summers Overnight Drive running up and running, are most still tuning into the Hot Shot Secret YouTube? Because that was originally the most.
No, I think probably still through there, because a lot of the and through Facebook. I mean, now when you do a link through Facebook, it actually shows us through Facebook. That's why I've been telling people don't do it that way, because I don't like Facebook. Go to, and YouTube's owned by Google, so they're nearly as bad. Oh, wow, look at this. I have a massive huntsman spider right here in my garage. I'll do a photo for you. Yeah, so I'm in my garage. These things they're poisonous, but they're not dangerous. It's not like a funnel web. Take a photo while I'm sitting here. Thing's probably, I don't know, 4 inches across. 3 inches across.
I don't like spiders.
Yeah, it's all right, man. It's okay. It's all right, man. It's way over here.
So in the background, it sounds like as the sun set or whatever, what kind of critters am I hearing in the background out there?
Those are tree frogs.
Tree frogs, okay. Sounds like the middle of summer here. When you get tree frogs and you get the crickets, and I don't know what those critters are that, especially in the hot summer nights, you hear them out there.
Well, I still have, I could say, they call them cicadas over here, the cicadas. So I have some cicadas, or a little bit of cicadas. But in the tree right here, I get what they call flying foxes here, which are just massive, gigantic bats. And they come up here and they argue with each other all night. And I don't any here yet. As far as the kookaburras haven't come by yet tonight. Usually they live nearby. Oh, that was sorry, my neighbors across the street are very drunk and they're singing. I don't know if you can hear them.
So
funny,
it's Friday night there, though, right? They're just having a good time.
That's right. That's right. Anyway, so I'm in the garage, and I'm not the garage, the garage.
Garage.
And I'm the garage. Got to tidy it up a bit, and looking to see what I can do. I'll send you a photo of this. Send you the spider. Send it to you by email. I can do that all at the same time.
So give me the Reader's Digest. Give me the Reader's Digest version of what the hell's going on with Facebook in Australia. I'm seeing these stories and I'm not really understanding. But what's happening with that?
Okay, so the whole thing about quote unquote fake news, and then news organizations over here, you basically have to have a subscription to be able to see them. Okay, and what happens is, like, all the big ones like News 9, that's probably one of the most common ones that I send you links from. They want to get paid. News 9, News 7 organizations, the Sydney Morning Herald, Courier Mail, the Australian, all these big news outlets out here. they want to get paid. So if people are linking to Facebook and just seeing, the Facebook synopsis, they're not getting paid. So they went to the Australian government and they said, okay, well, you got all this fake news on Facebook. All these fake news organizations, blah, blah, blah. Well, we're the real news and we'd like to get paid and we're not getting paid. So the Australian government said, well, Facebook, you have to, and Google, not just Facebook, you have to figure out a way where, these people are going to get paid for their content. And of course, Facebook and Google, they didn't like that and they couldn't come up with a way to do it. So now what happened was, I think it was last week, Facebook said, okay, well, never mind. We just won't permit any news articles from any possible type of news source, whether we don't care where it's from. If you're in Australia, you can't have it. And then what they first started doing was they started actually, if you posted something, they would block your your Facebook page, your entire Facebook. You'd go into Facebook jail. They were pretty heavy-handed with it to start with. And not only were they doing like to the news organizations, but any organization that put out a lot of content, like the government, like the Bureau of Meteorology, which is like the National Weather Service over here.
So what the hell? So like if you tried to share with me, if you went on Facebook and tried to share a story about like the wildfires that were going on, last summer or whatever, you wouldn't be allowed to. You couldn't share it from one of your legitimate news sources.
Nope. You couldn't share anything. If it came from a quote unquote news, initially, like I said, they were everybody. If it was anybody that put out a lot of content, the Rural Fire Service, which is like the people that were fighting the fires over here during that time.
Yeah.
The SES, which is the emergency services, etc. You could not post anything from anybody, basically. You had to basically have your own content. So what people started doing is people started making, I know one of us is Not 7 News, made a Facebook page, Not 7 News. And what they were doing is they were just cutting and pasting news articles off of there and not sharing them, but just taking the content off of them and putting them directly. We're not the 7 News. You can't do anything. Well, of course, they figured that out pretty quick. But, it's been crazy. It's the whole, remember, was it, there was an internet, what did they call it over there during the Obama administration that they were going to start limiting free speech? That's basically what it is over here. The government is telling them, well, you have to regulate this. You have to regulate that. This is Google. This is Facebook. You have to start, limiting these fake news sources. They have to only be legitimate news sources. You must fact check and all this other rubbish. And that's one of the things that Facebook and Google are saying, no, we're not going to participate in this. This is wrong. This is fascism. And I agree with them to a point. Sadly, I don't think that the Australian public are going to win on this one. I don't think that the Australian people will actually come out ahead. I think it's going to end up being a stalemate, because that's what the Prime Minister was talking about today, was saying, we're not going to back down. That's all there is to it. There will be no backing down. You're going to have to adhere to these rules.
Okay.
So
in this deal, it's you're saying that, if I'm understanding correctly, that Facebook and like Google are not the bad guys in this case. It's what the leadership in.
I don't. Yeah, I don't think they're the ones that are really at fault here now.
Okay.
I'm shooting you a photo. I'm shooting you this spider, by the way. So
okay.
Spider. And this is a baby. This is not a little. This is a little one. Okay. Large file. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I think that Google and Facebook in this case are having to deal with the overreach of the government here. But the government's very different here than it is in the States. They've got much different rules, much different ways of dealing with things. Basically, if the government says it's going to happen, it's going to happen. Unlike over there where the public can step up, because Australians, I don't want my neighbors to hear me say this, Australians are generally pretty lazy.
Okay.
When it comes to getting involved. Yeah, and so it's kind of like, as long as I've got my beer and as long as I've got my my time to kick back and relax and do what I want, I don't care. It's a huge, very apathetic. And it's a shame because this is a fantastic country, and the people in this country used to be really strong-willed, and not more. It's not like it used to be. And it's a shame. But I think that the current Australian government's better than what's probably going to come next, because the current Australian government at least is pushing back against the environmental lefties and, the wackos. I don't know whether or not they're going to be able to continue to do that. We'll see. You received that email yet?
Yeah. How about you keep those damn things over there with you?
That's a baby, man. That's a baby. I remember the first time I ever saw one of those things, it literally was wider than my hand. And it was on the wall on the inside of the house. And I don't want to kill it.
No?
I mean, the thing's pretty hard.
I'm looking for the biggest boot.
Honestly, it's pretty
Get a
hard.
big boot. Squash that thing.
You need to, because when you squash those things, they probably, as soon as you bring your foot back up, they kind of go, "Thanks, man," and they give you the finger, and then they pop their back and they run. So, yeah, but see, that one's not a bad spider. They get rid of the bad spiders. That's why I don't want to kill it. They eat the bad spiders. They eat the funnel webs, for example. We have the funnel webs here, which are people say they're very aggressive and they'll jump at you. They don't. I should send you this video I did of. I got to send you this video. It's pretty massive. Maybe I should just post it somewhere and give you a link to it. But it's pretty cool when you see what some of the fauna in this country will look. Man, anything in this country will kill you. I'm surprised we've survived as long as we have.
I know I don't like the idea of getting into the waters over there because you got those damn, what they call them, box jellyfish that'll, you go into shock when they sting you and you drown, right?
Yeah. They'll paralyze you very quickly. But but you got to remember those are way up north in Queensland. We have these other ones down here that they call them blue bottles. They're kind of I don't know. The actual animal's probably 3-4 inches long, but then they have these tentacles that come off of them that can go for feet. And they're a type of jellyfish, and they sting you. And even if you're walking along on the beach and there's a dead one on the on the sand, if you step on it, you'll feel it. But just one of the difficulties of being in paradise, man. I got to send you another photo. My Susan's best mate, who was supposed to be one of her bridesmaids, who lives up in Queensland, came home the other day and found this. I guess I should see it. Found this in her stairwell at her house. It'll take me a minute, so I probably won't stay online.
Okay,
to send it to you.
That's great. Well, we gotta get to a timeout anyway, but that's from the land down under. Yeah. All right, we're a tad bit behind, about 9 past the hour. We got our final hour underway. We got lines available at 844-3388. Doughboy checking back in. He said, "Hey, I want to say thanks to you and Hot Shot Secret again for the first-time caller discount code. My order will be here tomorrow. I ordered $75 worth of stuff. And with the $60 discount code, the CDL holder 10% discount, and the overnight drive 10% discount, my total was $58, so it cost me $0. When I put it in the pickup, I'll let you know the difference. Now that's pretty wild, though, Doughboy. I didn't realize with your code they allow you to use more than one code. You had a $60 discount code, and you got the 10% off, and the overnight drive 10% off as well. That's a hell of a deal. All right, we'll get back at it as we roll into our final hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
There we go, final hour. Friday morning. It is the 19th day of February. Here we go. All right, Dick Morris, the former presidential political advisor, says last week's Donald Trump's attack on Mitch McConnell was valid, and said the friction between these two is going to start essentially the likes of a civil war. Mitch McConnell began this right after he voted to acquit Trump. He accused him of everything the Democrats said he did. Trump was absolutely right for going after McConnell. A lot of Republican senators feel that he pulled the rug right out from under him. Yeah, this is not just the smackdown. This is the start of a civil war between the Republicans and the movement. That is, Republicans and the MAGA movement, the Make America Great Again movement. McConnell versus Trump. Yeah, of course, Trump issued a scathing statement on Tuesday, the day after McConnell appeared to patch up the Republican divide over Trump's impeachment trial. Because he was acquitted, Trump remains eligible to run for president again in 2024. Morris said anyone associated with Trump will have great success. You're going to see that play out in 2022. Every single race in 22 where an incumbent Republican senator is running, who's kind of squishy on their support of Trump or voted against Trump, or a Republican congressman who voted for impeachment, you're going to see them get in primary fights by Trump-endorsed candidates. You'll have the Trump candidate and the McConnell candidate. They'll fight each other in the primaries, and I think Trump's going to win somewhere north of 100% of those races and really complete the takeover of the Republican Party. Now, that's step number one. How does Trump get his message out to the people now that he's been banned, censored, cancel cultured from so many of the social media outlets? Well, you do that by creating your own. How many people have you heard call this show and say he needs to just create his own? Well, according to the report this past day, Donald Trump tells his friends he has hundreds of millions of dollars in backing for a new social media venture that would give him the online presence and protect conservatives from being shut down online. Two sources familiar with discussion said investors include Silicon Valley figures who are motivated by fears of censorship in the online cancel culture. Some of the details emerge as former President Trump began a new phase of post-presidency, giving television interviews from his Florida base in the week after the impeachment acquittal. Wednesday, he boasted about the millions of people who followed him on his now shuttered Twitter and Facebook accounts, confirming that he had considered buying a social media company. And I quote, "We're negotiating with a number of people. There's also the option of building your own site because we have more people than anybody. So you can literally build your own site, but we're really being harassed on Twitter." Yeah, they were putting up all sorts of flags. I guess they call them. They were flagging almost everything you said. Now, at this time, he said, "We are negotiating with various other sites. We'll have a big announcement soon." while we also look at the possibilities of building our own platform in the near future. Now, since leaving the White House, he's kind of splitting his time between his home at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach and his nearby golf course, while gradually building a new political operation, as they call it. Visitors thus far have included House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, as well as second in command, Representative Steve Scalise. His new website and email mailing list were put together by Nucleus, a digital campaign firm run by a guy by the name of Brad Parscale, who was Trump 2020's campaign manager until he was replaced in July of last year. Two sources familiar with discussions said Trump has also met with political investors, or potential investors, that would be, in a new online venture designed to allow him to engage with his supporters, at the same time protect them from being taken offline. Yeah, they're using the free speech argument to attract libertarian donors. They aren't the people you might expect, he said. With impeachment out of the way, this week triggers a new phase in Trump's life after the White House. Tuesday, launching that blistering attack on Mitch McConnell, called him a political hack, threatening to back rival primary candidates against him. The next day, he dialed in 3 television interviews to pay tribute to Rush Limbaugh. And then chairman for the American Conservative Union, Matt Schlapp, said, it's impossible for Twitter, Facebook, and the other tech giants to keep Trump out of politics. His television appearances marked a welcome return for the 74 million people that voted for him in November. There's a real despondent feeling among those people. And many are actually buoyed to hear the former president. We never had a president silenced before. It's never happened. In the meantime, many of his supporters have migrated to messaging sites such as Telegram or other micro-blogging sites such as Parler, which, by the way, is back up and running. Parler is back. Gab is a social media platform popular with Trump supporters as well. That's even keeping a seat, or at least a handle, kind of warm for the president, they say. We saw this kind of coming down the pike, didn't we? All right, what's going on, Horse Feathers?
Well, I'll try it again. If you can believe it, I was sitting in a parking lot the last time I was talking to you, not even moving. So it was just, it's right on the fringe of 2 cell towers that are at the very edges of both their limits, and each one tries to draw away from each other, so it really screws up the signals.
Okay.
But anyways, so I'm down in southern Maryland now. That little tip you were talking about, north of Virginia, there, when you're talking about Bowling Green and Ashland and that, and it's steady rain here, and the trees and the chain link fences and everything are probably all about a 1/2 inch to 3/4 inch in diameter. You know, if you have like the twig on the end of the tree, and everything's got about a good 1/4 inch ice coating on it. As I say, chain link fences are almost solid here with the ice building up on them. So, anyways, so I heard you and Eagle talking about Ted Cruz, and he is what was that man supposed to begin with? He's a Republican in a democratically held Senate, and is like there's nothing he could do anyways. He couldn't introduce a bill to be passed even if he wanted to. The only thing he could do is stand there and call the president out for not being down in Texas to be down there and with all the good people down there with no electricity and running water, like they always wanted, George W. to be down in Katrina down there and in New Orleans and that, and stand in the water, but that's about the only thing he could do at this point. He has no action, and in order to get money sent to Texas, the House has to approve all that, don't they? They have to make the bill over in the House to approve money for any declaration to go there, and it's would be the president's deal to enact FEMA. Has the president enacted FEMA to go to Texas yet? Has
did.
FEMA been
He
put on alert and all that stuff?
He gave when the governor of Texas asked Biden, Biden did pretty much, I guess, immediately gave the authorization or whatever, the emergency declaration to get resources to Texas. And I think Abbott actually asked for a like the next level up declaration, and I believe that they have granted that as well. So yeah, he's granted the FEMA's on the way. They've got food, water, generators, all supposedly via FEMA. Yeah, wool blankets and things of that nature, all headed to the people in Texas.
And by the looks of the apartments and that, with all the broken water pipes and structures and that, I think they're going to need a lot of FEMA trailers moved. They're going to have to set up trailer parks and have people living in trailers until they can get the residences repaired to make them all livable. Because not only are you going to have the water damage down there, you're going to have the water in there, and then you're going to have the heat, and then the humidity, and then you're going to have mold, and it's going to be a lot of repairs to be done to make structures relivable from what they were. But anyways, I had something else I was going to kick in here, and I don't know, it's kind of slipped my mind at this point. But anyways, I was kind of saw that a little bit on Cruz there, and I wasn't a big Ted Cruz fan to begin with, but what the news media and all that's done to him and that. Hey, speaking of the news media, is that Chris Cuomo? Has he gotten kicked out of CNN yet, or what's the deal on him?
I haven't heard that anything's officially happened yet, but yeah, I mean, his brother's looks like his brother's going down. Governor Cuomo's going down, and like I shared earlier this week, the story that said that he may actually take Chris down with him because Chris was kept having him on his show on CNN. And touting all the great things that Andrew was doing there and handled in the crisis, and even joking around about things. So I don't know. It's CNN though. Do you think is a liberal reporter ever going to pay any kind of price from the likes of CNN? I doubt it. I doubt it. All right. With that, what are we looking at here? Lines available. It's a Friday morning. It's 844-844-3388. Under the industry headlines happens. This one just happens to be out of our area, Cincinnati area. From the one of the local news channels, WLWT Channel 5 here in Cincinnati. Officials looking to remind you to completely clear the snow and ice off your vehicle before you drive. That is an essential step in winter travel. They went on to share footage depicting ice and snow flying off of semi-trucks. Officials even reporting an influx of calls reporting vehicles damaged from ice and snow falling off of moving vehicles. In light of this, Cincinnati officials are stepping up the game to remind you failing to remove snow and ice from vehicle windshields or mirrors is illegal. We encourage you to remove all icy debris entirely for the sake of fellow drivers, though. Now, there is no law in Ohio requiring snow to be removed from the likes of the roof, the hood, or the trunk. You're thinking, well, I warmed it up, I'm good. I defrosted everything. No, you need to clear all the ice off your car. One resident said, I was driving on the highway, a few cars in front of me, just ice flew off. It is dangerous. You're going 65 miles an hour, a piece of ice going through your windshield, something like that. We've seen deadly incidents of that nature. Now, while there's no law specifically barring driving with snow or ice on your hood, roof, or trunk, in Ohio, if officers decide you're driving a vehicle that somehow endangers others, you could be charged with, nonetheless, a misdemeanor. Don't forget, there are a number of states where it is a law to remove that snow and ice, cars, trucks, and you can get a pretty steep fine. And, we're talking big-time fine, big time, if ice comes off your vehicle causing injury or death. Illinois State Police investigating the death of a man found inside his truck this past morning. Sangamon County Coroner's Office responded at about 2 a.m. Thursday, southbound I-55, near the 105-mile marker, a semi that had gone off the interstate. The man inside the truck pronounced dead around 2:30. Authorities did not yet release the man's identity, pending notification of relatives. And supposedly an autopsy was scheduled for Thursday afternoon. Again, it's all under investigation. The first thing that would come to my mind is he probably suffered a heart attack while out there on the road. Those things are known to happen, right? All right, we're going to a quick break in here. We'll come back as we roll on into the early hours of a Friday. Again, you want to jump on board. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, one other story in regards to the havoc being wreaked by Mother Nature. I can't know how much freight out there has been delayed, running behind, potentially days behind. Yeah, a lot of freight not making it to its destination with all the accidents we've seen, the pile-ups, the trucks, loads of freight being destroyed. From down in Texas this past day, via CDL Live, one driver chimed in about the conditions that he's been dealing with. He said, I'm a broker. I have 2 trucks stuck there since Monday. Receiver isn't open. Nothing I can do about it. Layover charges continue to pile up, and one of the dispatchers keeps giving me a hard time like I've got some kind of control over the weather. This week sucks all around. I stayed at one south side of Dallas last night. People parked everywhere. Had at least one wreck in the lot. Had a hell of a time getting out of there this morning. Made it to my stop in Waco to find out that facility's locked up and nobody's working. The lot's a sheet of ice, so no way to get to my warehouse. Looks like I'm in Waco for the night. Normally I love this southern route. But it's crazy. I feel bad for anyone stuck in this mess, people without power, without running water. Texas has never been prepared for crazy snow events. Hopefully you can wait it out. It's just a couple more days now. But even the reserved spots, it's downright crazy there in Texas. All right, Eagle back with us here. Yes, Eagle.
Yeah. Yeah, can you hear me?
No, we got you. Go ahead. What's up?
Yeah. I wanted to talk about this situation with, I don't know if you covered this, with the truck. Hold on for a minute. Let me take this thing off the speaker. Okay, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you loud and clear, Eagle. Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. I wanted to talk about the situation with the trucks. I don't know if you covered it because I fell asleep after I hung up. I woke up about 3 minutes ago. Yeah, do you know if the weather at
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Do you know if the weather at what's the state in Texas? Do you know if they expecting any more snow and ice on Saturday or Sunday? Because I'll be back in Texas then, and I'm trying to find out what the road conditions are headed towards Dallas. Hopefully things will be a little bit better by Sunday.
Yeah,
by the time I roll into Dallas.
Eagle, I think you'll be in good shape because it's still going to be, it's very cold this morning, going to be cold Saturday morning, but it's supposed to warm into the 40s on Saturday, 50s on Sunday, and back into the 60s by Monday. So you're going to start warming up, and I don't believe you've got any, no more storms coming your way.
Okay, yeah, that's good news. Then I don't have to worry about. Hopefully, I have some lights. I don't know. I got my fingers crossed that the lights will be on Sunday night or Monday when I get into Dallas. Hopefully, because there's still a lot of people in Dallas that don't have no lights and don't know when they're gonna be turned back on. So we'll see what happens with that situation. Like I told you in my first call, Steve. A lot of people are trying to blame, the governor of Texas for this deal, and he kind of tried to pass the buck down a little bit. I don't think it's his fault either. It's really, in the hands of the electrical grid, for this problem. The use of the alternative means, which is, the wind power and the other, what you've discussed. That's the problem. So there's really not an individual to blame. But like I said, they're gonna have to make a decision. But it looks like the decision's already been made, unfortunately, since Joe Biden's in the White House, that we're not going to use the old power, which is oil and natural resource. They're gonna stick with this solar power nonsense, and hopefully in 3 or 4 years we can get another Republican in the White House, and he'll throw everything they did in the trash can and go back to what we did before. Because if we stay with the way we're going right now, Steve, like I told you, we're in real big trouble, and things are not looking very good at all. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle. Yep. I think should be good shape. You're going to start warming up, going to start thawing out. Yeah, over the weekend. All right. Yeah, Horse Feathers was asking about, kind of questioning, what's Joe done? We haven't seen a whole lot out of Joe. Yesterday, indeed, he did take a day off. But I guess, to be equally fair, I don't think, we could say anything negative about his response to what's going on there in Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, because he did quickly approve the states of emergency for all three of those states. And they do tell us he actually spoke with the governors of, I guess the 7 states hit hardest by the cold and the snow. His administration, they tell us, is coordinating the delivery of supplies and other assistance. But we've seen that these kind of things, natural disasters that occur, these kind of things can happen unexpectedly, and it can throw a whole administration off course. Joe, so far, has tried to showcase a by-the-books government, rather than make any dramatic gestures. He did send out a tweet that says, Jill and I are keeping Texas, Oklahoma, and other impacted states in our prayers. I have declared states of emergency. I have authorized FEMA to provide generators and supplies, and I am ready to fulfill additional requests. Let's see. That's what the president's supposed to do, right? And so he's not him hauling around. He immediately responded to the request for emergency declarations. He's not opted for any of these, high-profile things like visiting the hard-hit areas at this point, making any public remarks or saying anything about the electrical failures to try to actually push his infrastructure plan. I don't think this would be the right time to even try to go down that route because, like everything else, there's kind of a big split in this country. Many people are blaming the failures in Texas on the exact kind of things that Joe's trying to push. This, quote, new green energy. Well, there's a number trying to say, well, no, it wasn't the green energy. It's the fossil fuels' fault. So they need to get to the bottom of what actually happened, like so many other things. Like they should have investigated what happened on January the 6th before impeaching Donald Trump. You should have had your full investigation. What actually happened? You can't go trying to point the finger of blame when you don't know really what or who the culprit or the bad guy was. Now, still, the White House yesterday trying to make the case that The administration's doing what they can. They announced that FEMA has provided 60 generators to Texas to keep the hospitals powered and the water pumps running. They have supplied, I guess they've shipped 729,000 liters of water, 225,000 meals, 10,000 wool blankets, 50,000 cotton blankets, all this stuff that's on its way to Texas. But it becomes kind of a logistical nightmare. You got all these trucks heading in. Somebody's got to be there on the ground to coordinate where they're going to show up, how they're going to get it from a distribution point out to the actual people. It's Texas Governor Abbott said he was going to ask the White House for a major disaster declaration in addition to the emergency status that was already granted. That would be aimed at long-term repair rather than just what's right now the immediate rescues. Okay, so that hasn't happened yet. That, if approved, that would let people in Texas apply for help with expenses like replacing broken pipes. The past several days have been beyond challenging, but every passing hour, we are restoring power and water for families in Texas. That's the words of the governor this past day. The acting FEMA administrator said that they have a presence right now in nearly 15 states. They're monitoring the fallout from power and water supply failures and preparing for possible flooding when the temperatures do begin to warm up. So that's where things stand right now. All right, let's get back to the calls here and see what's happening. Pappy, what's going on this morning?
What's going on, Steve?
Well, happy Friday.
Hey, I just got in, man. I was busy tonight. I didn't have a chance to really listen, so I don't know how much you talked about, what's going on down there with the problem in Texas. But let me throw in my 2 cents.
Okay.
Back under George W. Bush, right? He gave tax breaks and incentives, to the windmill companies to start up their windmill down in Texas. So it made it extremely profitable for them companies, to start up with the windmills.
Okay.
Because of all the tax breaks they were getting.
Mm-hmm.
It's my understanding that due to the windmills malfunctioning due to the weather, right, that the gas and oil had to try to supplement what was being lost. As a result of that, it was causing some purges in the system, which was causing everything to shut down. If I had the time, I would have tried to email you this one chart I seen, but they were talking about how many kilowatts that windmills put out compared to the kilowatts that the gas, contributes, and to the nuclear power also. And by far, the windmills lost more kilowatts than any of either the fuel or the nuclear power. And the big problem was the purges out, the trying to keep up with the demand was causing these purges in the system, which was really causing everything to short out and cause problems. But, the left don't blame the windmills. You're not allowed to do that. Anybody now I'm hearing is trying to claim that it's the windmill's fault. The left's going after.
Yep. Well, I'm looking at headlines here. Let me share from Newsweek.com. Fact check. Is green energy to blame for the Texas power outages? False is their fact check. ABC News. Republicans use Texas power outages to spread false claims. Washington Post. Texas Governor Greg Abbott falsely blames wind turbines and green energy for the power issues. I mean, the fight is on. Everybody's pointing the finger of blame, and I think to some extent there may be a little bit on both sides. Green energy undoubtedly failed We know there were natural gas wells and whatnot that froze up, valves froze and things. So they were losing production power on both sides as demand was going up.
Steve, there was problems on all three ends: the windmills, the gas, and the nuclear. All three faulted here.
And the solar.
Okay, but yes, but the problem I have is, these leftists are trying to totally take away any fault from the wind energy at all. I'm blaming all three or all four.
Right.
But you're not allowed to blame the wind. That's not the problem. The windmills, that's false to be blaming them. Well, no, it's not. And that's what they do. They say Republicans, instead of coming right out and telling you the truth of what happened, they try to come out and that's how they cover the story without covering it. Republicans claim that, make false claims that it's the windmill. That way they are, in a sense, covering the story, but they're not telling you the truth, if I'm making sense.
Oh, yeah. Let me see.
I will try to dig up that chart.
Okay, yeah, do that, because everybody else, I think Newsweek has their own charts up. Let me show you the graphic. What percentage of Texas energy is renewable energy? And all that kind of stuff. Yeah, no, here, New York Magazine, no, the Green Deal did not cause the Texas power outages. The fight is on right now.
Well, the weather is what caused it, right?
right.
But the reason, the reason that they're having the failure that they have is because of the wind. It's because of these windmills. Right? And unfortunately, when they collapsed, the nuclear and the solar and the gas could not keep up with the demand.
They were all overloaded. Yeah. I mean, everything I've seen across the board says wind power is 23% of the total share in the state. Nuclear and solar is 11 and 2% respectively. So 11 nuclear, 2% solar. 23 wind, so that, obviously the rest is going to be natural gas and coal.
Right.
But if you lose 25,
and I don't know,
any combination of losing 25% of your generation capacity, and much of that wind and solar were lost, which that's a total of 25%. I don't think there's any way you could expect the others to be able to keep up with demand. And yes, the others, gas and coal, also were losing some of their generation.
Correct.
Yep.
But, you got to go back to the George W. Bush administration. Them trying to start this whole new Green Deal by giving the windmill companies massive tax breaks and incentives to start these companies, to start these windmills. And as a result, they were very profitable because they're not paying taxes on all their, materials and whatnot. They got massive tax breaks, which made it profitable for them to start that business up down there like that.
Yeah, it did. And that's, when you say...
I'll see if I can't find that chart and email it to you.
All right. And 23% of generation in a state as big as Texas, yeah, that's a lot of juice you're relying on to be coming out from the wind. Now, everyone's got their own little opinion, but yeah, like Pappy said, all the sources were affected by this cold. Governor Abbott spoke to WFAA earlier this week. He said the natural gas providers were unable to transport their product because it's frozen in the pipeline. It's frozen at the rig. It's frozen at the transmission line. The director of the McGuire Energy Institute at Texas Southern Methodist University said, yeah, we're going to have to look at our natural gas plants and see how they can maybe be fitted to better perform in cold weather. We got to look at the whole system. Sid Miller, the state's agriculture commissioner, pointed to the frozen wind turbines. He said, quote, "We should never build another wind turbine in Texas. This experiment failed big time. Governor Abbott's Public Utility Commission appointees need to be fired, and more gas, coal, and oil infrastructure needs to be built." On the other hand, Sam Newell, the head of electricity group at the Brattle Group consulting firm, said the wind turbines' woes were an order of magnitude smaller than problems with natural gas. As of Thursday, they said 40,000 megawatts of energy generation was still offline due to the winter storm. Okay, but that's a big improvement from Wednesday evening, when 43,000 megawatts was offline. And it appears some of the improvement overnight was some of the thermal energy coming back online. But there's some of your numbers. All right, let's play the blame game. Yeah, one of these days, maybe they'll get it all sorted out once again. All right, we're gonna wind things down here on a Friday morning. Let me flip over to the radar screen. Final check of our weather, where, yes, the ice scenario has been ongoing and continues. Yeah, primarily it's about the eastern third of Virginia. You're all socked in with the freezing rain. And we'll probably see some additional power outages as the freezing rain will continue for several more hours in some areas there. All right, and lastly from the email, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Santa Claus checks in this morning. Because of COVID, we delayed our move to Panama, but within a few months, we'll probably be leaving. As the mob of Central Americans approach the U.S. southern border. But it's cheap living with a vibe of Mayberry circa 1960. Heard you mentioning Australia and New Zealand listeners. Yeah, I'll be looking forward to staying connected with your program once we make the move. In Pilot, there's a chain of truck stops called El Pilato versus our Pilot change. And lastly, he went on to say, this past Sunday, Mrs. Claus and myself participated in a Trump 2024 vehicle rally. We circled the California State Capitol in Sacramento with our vehicle, horns blaring, a lot of flags, did a half dozen laps, and then kind of dispersed. I mean, it wasn't a big crowd, 25, 30 of us, but already looking at 2024. All right. Hope you have a great weekend. Thank you so much for being with us here on a Friday morning and all throughout the week. Pass the word, share with your friends. Go to the overnightdriveradio.com. Register for next week's giveaway. One more time, a Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headset and our big Hotshot Secret Big Rig Duo as a runner-up prize will be given away next Friday morning. Then we're going to have to, I guess, start coming up with what else we're going to give away. And with that, have a great weekend, and we'll chat with you back here if all things go as planned, good Lord willing, and the river don't rise, as they say, right? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.